functioning of local centers are included almost in each region. The next level is the local Agenda 21 level. Last year, 2022, we started the 5th call of a funding program here in Styria with smart content. 13 municipalities with smart village focus are voluntary part of this program. The green colored areas are the current municipalities which now are working in this local Agenda 21 program. Do you know local Agenda 21 as program? Is this? Then a few words to this program. Local Agenda 21 is a development funding program that focuses on strong citizen involvement, our main topic today in the workshop in the afternoon, as well, and participation in overall community development. In our latest call, 2022, we have tended to the focus on areas on village and town centers together with smart village approach. So we mixed this both main topics. Currently, I said 30 municipalities in this program, and Stans, the municipality of Stans, is part of this program with the call 22 and has been also in further program calls part as municipality. At least the interpretation of smart village from the perspective of the province of Styria. The main focus regarding smart village in Styria is the concentration of the development of villages and urban centers. This started in 2022 with a focused, new, inclusive and sustainable approach and initiative of our Styrian government. Within the framework of the process Starke Zentren, or strong centers in Styria, the province of Styria provides incentives for the further development of the villages and town centers. In the future, different structures and their actors will be involved in coordinating processes. On the basis of 5 criteria, it should be possible to create a lasting development dynamic in the Styrian communities and urban centers. More to this focus in the afternoon. In the afternoon in the workshop. For interested municipalities, we have developed a program, our own program, that includes strategy and implementation and active involvement of the citizens. Completely new is also that we have founded as first time in Austria a village center coordinator. The coordination office where I'm working in of the village center acts as a central actor and information hub for the municipalities and for our partners in the government in Styria, in the other developments, other government authorities, and we work together with the municipalities and aim them to strengthen the cities and centers. Currently, and this shows the map, we have about 70 municipalities in this strategic topic, all over the country, the most of them in the southeast, as you can see on this map. I come to the end, so I hope I'm not too long. We from our department are convinced that participation and involvement in one of the most important issues and of our consideration for preservation and strengthens the centers is very important. More in the workshops in the afternoon. Once again, welcome here in Graz from our side. I wish future-oriented discussions and exchanges. All the best for the meeting. Good luck, and also for the day and for the meeting tomorrow in Stanz. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerhard. It was very interesting, and I think it's so good to see the approach of this region and how you connect the different communities and how you take up the Smart Villages approach. And I think Stanz was, for instance, one of the beneficiaries of the Local Agenda 21, so I think you can speak to Rainer. Rainer, you can raise your hand. He's representing Stanz. He's the guy who knows a lot about how community engagement is happening in Stanz, and that's a prime example of using Local Agenda 21 and being supported by this process. So this is very important because we want to act at all levels. Now, finally, I think we've got the live stream on as well. So welcome to those who have joined us, and hopefully many of you will join us during the day. You can, if here in the room, you can also tweet through your channels. It's at SmartRoll27. You can find our account. Then maybe we can get even more people online. And for that, I can also show that we've got somewhere. Anita, I will ask you to please bring it up. The Slido. We'll time to time come back. I know since it's been hard to connect, hopefully some people are also online. If you listen to us, you can give us signs through Slido, but also in the room you can use Slido if you just put slido.com and put this code. If you are too shy to ask, but I will encourage you to speak up. But if you are too shy to ask questions, you can put this number and put your questions up there. So as the presentations go along, please do put your questions in the middle of the presentation. You can do as well, and you can give a live sign as well through Slido, so that we know that people are following online or in the room, at least hopefully. So we will come back to that time to time if we see there are posts up. But I would like to now move on to our next speaker, Michael Fischer, who is also our national expert. He's been national expert in both SmartRoll 21 and 27. Now here he's representing, because he's been working for many years also with the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Agriculture couldn't be present today, but luckily we have Michael, who knows a lot about the Austrian approach and how Smart Villages is programmed in the CAP. So I would like to give the floor to him now. Michael.
All right, thanks a lot, Edina, and good morning, everybody. As Edina said, my name is Michael Fischer. I'm the national expert in smart rural projects. And according to the program, you would have expected a representative from the Ministry of Agriculture today, but unfortunately she had to reschedule and ask me to represent them, and I'm delighted to do so. So welcome everybody to Graz, to Styria, to Austria, and to another great opportunity to share experiences about smart villages. I would like to use this opportunity to give just a short glimpse into the Austrian approach, especially the approach within the CAP strategic plan, how to deal with smart villages. Just to get an overview, we also can go into that more deeply in the workshop sessions. smart villages within the Austrian CAP strategic plan means there is no single measure, no single intervention focusing on smart villages, but more 3 approaches where smart villages is used in as a cross-cutting issue. So kind of the slogan of how smart villages is kind of used within the Austrian CAP strategic plan can be framed as strengthening the interlinkages of existing measures that are very suitable for using in the inner sense of the smart village concept, with a special focus of deepening process qualities. So looking into the processes, how things are done, and adding more quality to it. So these are the 3 main strands for smart villages in the Austrian CAP strategic plan, and most of you will recall the major one. It's LEADER. If you think of one of the slides that Gerhard presented, LEADER regions in Styria. So these regions are covering nearly the entire surface of Styria, and that's the same for the rest of Austria. So LEADER, I think LEADER covers more than 85% of the rural space in Austria and nearly all of the population. So LEADER is very present. So it was the decision to use LEADER as a major catalyst for implementing the smart village idea, and that's what focuses, and that's what the CAP strategic plan focuses on. So LEADER is one major supporter and one major strand for implementing smart villages. There are specific add-ons that make it special to use smart villages in LEADER. That is a special focus on digitalization. So if you say what's the difference between a LEADER project and a smart village project, it is a special focus on digitalization, at least to kind of look for the benefits that digital solutions can have for a special question on the local level. And that's another feature. It's about local approaches. LEADER is a regional approach, and that's what's been emphasized during the last years highly in LEADER in Austria, to be more regional, but now Smart Village is an opportunity to be kind of local again, but with a special focus on integrated approaches, not single projects. It's about integrated, kind of overlapping and leveling approaches on the local level. And that's what we also heard from local action groups, is a further opportunity to engage people who are more connected to the local level than to the regional level. Yeah, it's more kind of the live world of people, the local level, and so it's a new opportunity within LEADER. The second strand is and that's what the special emphasis in Styria is about, what Gerhard also told, it's a strengthening of village and town centers. I don't know if from the other member states you've got the same problem. We've got a lot of municipalities with a lot of vacant buildings in the centers of the municipalities. We've got this donut effect where everything kind of spreads around the village, but the core of the village, the center, more and more loses its function. And this is a measure within the CAP strategic plan to precisely work on that issue and give opportunity to define or develop integrated solutions for the centers. Again, not just an individual building, it's about integrated solutions for new functions of municipal centers and provide enhanced capacities for this environment. As Gerhard said, management personnel that focuses on vacant buildings to support that this topic gets in movement. And the third strand is, and that's also new in the CAP strategic plan in Austria, it's called Rural Innovation Systems. It's like the EIPs, the European Innovation Partnerships, but not so strictly focused on agriculture. It's a broader approach on generating multi-actor innovation, and this is also very closely connected to the smart village approach because it's also based on an integrated strategy. So that can also be found within the Austrian CAP strategic plan. And these three interventions are the main core of the implementation of Smart Village in the Austrian CAP strategic plan. The focus is, as I said, on process qualities, and that means putting an emphasis on social innovation. So supporting these local initiatives to find new ways of dealing with their problems, finding solutions, and yeah, and that's also something that I'm very keen on hearing today from you, how that can happen, how you can support social innovation on the local level. But, and this was something that the ministry also would like to emphasize on, strategies are important. Smart village strategies on the local level are important, but the focus should be on implementation. So it should not stop at a strategy. The strategy is an important instrument, but the focus should be on doing something, on changing, and that's about generating projects, generating change on the local level. So yeah, that's it, just at a glance. We can go into that more deeply. And again, welcome, and now back to you, Edina.
Thanks a lot, Michael. I think again, it's if you just look at this picture, I think not that many countries are doing this, so we need inspiration from these kind of approaches when you actually combine different measures within the common agricultural policy. So we find this very, very inspiring. And I think some of the challenges we already faced this morning, we talked about internet connection, of course. We were stuck with that. That's one of the key challenges of rural areas. We also talked about mobility. I think Fritz might not have arrived yet, right? So smart mobility, smart and digital connections are crucial. We are experiencing it here today, how crucial they are in these regions and rural areas. But I think our next speaker maybe can talk about all these aspects. Florian Galler, he's representing, and I need to read this out because it's such a long name, but listen carefully. So it's Federal Ministry for Climate Protection, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. So who is a better person to talk about all these aspects and how we can improve smart villages through those than Florian. Thank you for accepting.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you. I'm happy to introduce myself. Actually, it's not climate protection, it's climate action. That's a difference, but it's no problem. It's misconfused very often, so especially in the German-speaking countries. Okay. My name is Florian Galler, and I'm working in the Energy Markets Department within the ministry. And especially there we have topics like energy markets. There's the discussion over the whole European energy market design, and there's also energy market roles. And one of these energy market roles are the energy communities, but there are also a lot of other roles in the energy market. And there's also, in this context, in this special context, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the energy communities and why we did the energy communities, why we did it. The European law is mandatory for us to implement them, but we also think that they are a very, very good idea. I will start with a big goal. The Austrian government has a big goal. We want to be climate neutral in 2040. And there we need to do it step by step. And there's also another big goal, which is before, it's in 2030, we want to be 100% renewables in the electricity sector. And yesterday I was at an event with the electricity sector, with the companies there, and 2030 is like tomorrow for them. That's really a tough goal to reach. But we will try everything to do it. And that's also a reason why we chose energy communities as one small step to reach this goal. And the reason why energy communities could help there is that okay, I will start the other way around. To reach this goal, 100% renewables in Austria, electricity, it's only electricity, we need to build loads of renewables, renewable generation capacities. And then there's another thing, we need to reinforce our grids, and we need to use flexibilities. And then there are other things where energy communities are very handy for us. We wanted to make them so easy as possible for people who want to create an energy community and who want to share their energy. Maybe not everybody will agree. I think it is easy to participate in an energy community and found an energy community, but this is also the point of view from the electricity law and the electricity regulation. Actually, it has been possible to share electricity before we introduced energy communities, but for that you basically had to be a supplier, and that comes with many obligations, which is not possible for a normal person to do. And so there's also one very important thing about energy communities, especially the renewable energy communities, is it's a side effect, but it's a very important side effect for the energy transition. It's the rise in the acceptance of the people in our country to accept renewable generation plants, wind, also grid reinforcement, new grid lines, all things that are very important for the energy transition. Yes. And then we wanted to make energy sharing as easy as possible, and we made it. In Austria you can share energy, you have to form a legal entity, and then you can share your energy within the 15 minutes time frames. Energy you produce locally, you can also give to another person also in this area. You can do it for free, or you can want some money for that. That's everything okay. You can make that up by yourself, and this is what energy communities are. And we want the citizens to participate in the energy transition. And yes, that's why we also support every project that's doing this. Sorry? You need one entity. It's like, yes. You mean another thing. You need two persons at least. One, yes, but it's not possible alone, but it's one legal entity is enough. Yeah. Yeah. It should be as easy as possible. But we can talk about this later on. I think there will be plenty of time. And yes, I'm also very curious about your questions. And as we see also in whole of Europe, our model seems to be special, but we can talk about that. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Florian. It's again, I think, we are just getting inspiration after inspiration in the Austrian approach, because renewable energy is a key topic, of course, smart villages as well. And we will talk about this today and tomorrow, because we also have a cluster set up within the Observatory on renewable energy, and many of you are sitting here who are from that cluster work. So this is a key topic, and again, I think it's so good to see collaboration between the different entities, and that hopefully other ministries are also picking up or linking to the smart villages concept. So with that, I would like to move now a bit online. We are all, some of you follow us online, but we are lucky to have live one of our commission representatives, Margaret. And Margaret, thanks a lot for waiting for us for this. Let me try to screen this. Margaret, can you hear us fine now? Maybe I'll try to bring you also on the screen. here so that people see you. We can't hear you yet.
Okay.
We can
Yes.
see you, but yeah, now.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Thanks
Okay,
a lot,
great.
and thanks for accepting the invitation, and sorry for keeping you waiting. Hope you heard some of the presentations.
I didn't hear anything, no.
No? Okay, then it will be hard to jump in, but okay, sorry for that. So far, let me summarize. We had a presentation from the Styrian government who presented how they are supporting smart villages at the regional level. What's happening in Styria, also including the local Agenda 21 program. We also had a presentation from Michael Fischer on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, and he presented the approach to smart villages and how different measures such as leader, innovation system, and community center support is being combined within the CAP strategic plan of Austria. And the last and most recent presentation was from Florian Geller, who was talking about the importance of renewable energy communities and how they are supporting this in Austria. Sorry, we heard so that you're hearing these presentations through the microphone, so apologies for that. But yes, the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this first meeting of the pilot European Smart Villages Observatory, which was an initiative, as you know, set up within the Smart Village 24 or 27 project. I thought I would be informing you all that your weather in Graz is much nicer than our weather here in Brussels, but it's not the case. I can tell you that we have a slightly cloudy 11 degrees, and I see that you have 12 degrees with rain. So if for once, I think the weather's slightly better in Brussels. So anyway, the pilot European Smart Villages Observatory is expected to be a networking platform where the rural stakeholders at local, regional, national and European levels are mobilized around the theme of smart villages in order to improve the support to rural communities and to understand the needs and the challenges that they face and to prepare the ground for future policy improvements. So the launching of this pilot observatory coincides with the first year of the implementation of the CAP strategic plans. And this is the year where member states are really putting in place the implementation rules for CAP interventions. So it is the right time, a real opportunity to launch this pilot observatory for supporting the emergence of smart rural communities and to transform the concept of smart villages into a reality for local communities by exchanging knowledge and best practice and expertise among the rural stakeholders involved. So the smart village concept is a new territorial tool in the service of rural communities, and it opens the possibilities for those communities to address the challenges and problems they face through the smart solutions and innovative projects and to think about their future. The European Commission has actively encouraged the member states to use the full potential of the Common Agriculture Policy to support the preparation and implementation of such strategies at local level. And smart villages, we're happy to say that smart village strategies and projects are introduced in several of the CAP strategic plans, either through leader local development strategies or in the context of standalone interventions for infrastructure investments, for basic services and cooperation projects. And 7 member states already include specific targets to support over 600 smart village strategies or projects across Europe. And we hope that more member states do so as well. In the middle of 2023, so quite soon, we will have a more detailed mapping of the smart village interventions which are planned in the strategic plans. And we will have a better idea of what needs further improving at national, regional and local level. One of the findings of the Smart Rural 21 project highlighted the importance of collaboration among the rural communities, the need for them to exchange their knowledge about smart ideas and capacity building. Another important element is the interlinkage between the smart village strategies and the long-term vision for rural area, and the role of the local action groups and leader and the role they can play in animating the process of preparation and supporting the emergence of smart village strategies in all types of rural areas. And based on those findings, the Smart Rural 27 project tries to build a solid base for further improving on the implementation of smart villages in the context of the CAP strategic plans and other EU-funded initiatives by strengthening the contacts among the different rural stakeholders and policy makers. And the success of the pilot observatory may open the path for future activities within the context of the European CAP network, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with as well. During this first meeting of the observatory, you'll have the opportunity to discuss in some depth the smart village implementation issues within the CAP strategic plans and the needs which you have identified at your level of responsibility and how the smart village observatory can respond to those. And tomorrow you'll have the opportunity to discover a smart village lighthouse example in Stans, and I hope it's not raining when you go there. And this has been focusing on green transition by primarily building on local renewable energy production through a community engagement process. So I would like to thank our Austrian colleagues for their warm hospitality and for the organisers and the participant villages, and for all the participants for their strong engagement and enthusiasm. And I'm really sorry that we're not there from the European Commission. We have a lot of restrictions on our mission budget for travel at the moment, but hopefully for future events, we will try very hard to send someone along to be actually present, because I think it's also very, very useful for us to engage with you on a personal level rather than just via a video screen. So I wish you a very enjoyable and fruitful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Margaret. I don't know if you can stay with us for like 10 more minutes or so. You cannot.
A meeting which started 5 minutes ago, and I'm really sorry I need to go.
No
but
worries.
I do leave you with my excellent colleague, Maria-Cristina Macrandreo. I'm sure you all know her before already. She is really our big expert on the smart villages and much more knowledgeable than I am. Hopefully she can help you out throughout the day. And again, really sorry that we're not there in present, and sorry I can't stay for longer.
Thanks a lot, Margaret, and sorry you couldn't hear the first presentations, but we very much appreciate your input. So maybe we will connect Maria Cristina in case there are questions to the Commission. We will connect her to the Zoom. Thanks a lot once more, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, so I stop myself. I don't want to watch myself. Okay, so luckily we have Fritz here who arrived. So he's our last speaker in this block, and then we will do some exercise here in the room. But I let Fritz Pischler, who is the mayor of Stans, we will visit Stans tomorrow. So I let him to make his short intervention.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for that. I'm late. I spent 2 hours in a traffic jam. So I got a little nervous, so maybe I'm not too late. So welcome to Graz. It's a great honor for me to have you here. Yesterday I thought I want to tell you a little story, but maybe I have to shorten it a little bit. I'm a forester, actually, and I'm a mayor. And I spent the last 40 years many times to tell to trees. And I spent the last 10 years many times to talk to people. And my conclusion is that trees are like people, because trees always they are in a big competition, and people are in a big competition. And I thought, what is the strategy when you have a big competition to survive? And my conclusion is the strategy for plants, for plant communities, to overcome this competition is diversity. And that's an interesting thing when we talk about smart concepts. diversity is a big advantage, I think. And maybe we are talking today a lot of technical things and bureaucratic things, but the thing is, for my opinion, that to talk about diversity is a big advantage for smart concepts. And the main thing I learned in the last 3 years when we step into the smart world process is that to cooperate and to communicate brings us much more down the road than everything else. And when you cooperate and you communicate and you participate, or people in the villages, that's the big foundation we should build our house. And tomorrow we try to give you some example in Stanz. We are now 10 years on the way to talk about concepts, how to make and transform and push our transformation process. And I'm very happy to have you here, and I'm very proud that I can present with my team tomorrow our projects. And thank you for coming, and a big welcome to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Fritz. Oh, here we go. Hopefully we will see it in person, or many of you will see it in person tomorrow. Okay, so I think you heard quite a few interventions. Maybe at this stage I could ask if there are any questions to the people who've been talking. We could have a quick question and answer. Yeah, Kim.
Yes, I have a small question about the energy community situation in Austria. So how is small against big discussion within the energy policies in Austria? The energy communities are now growing, but how are the big companies? How is this level of maybe partnership or competition? And where do you see, if you have a barometer, a thermometer, where do you see you are right now?
Well, that depends on who you ask. Actually, I think the big companies, they see the need for the acceptance for the energy transition, and then that's also a reason why they are not really opposing it. Also, they're also I don't think they are very happy with them, but actually they accept it, and also it's more like things with grid operators where we have to force them more or less to do the calculations for the communities and everything. But actually on a thermometer, I think it's more or less, or maybe we take a traffic light, it's more or less green. It's really working with them also.
Okay, and I see that's what we are discussing, whether to do an icebreaker still or answer the questions, but I think we should. I pass it to Andrzej in a second, but maybe let's take these two questions, maybe on the local agenda 21 process, Gerhard. Like, is the local agenda 21 nationally funded or by the EU? And the second question is like, is it coordinated regionally or nationally, and who's the main driver?
Now, this program is co-funded from the European Union and from our government, and it ends in Styria with the fifth call, and it has is following in the LEADER program from July on till 27. So especially the local Agenda 21 program ends or has ended, and the fifth call was our last call with these main topics I have presented.
And those calls are published at the regional level then?
Pardon?
The calls are published at the regional level?
The calls are from our government, from our department, and we had 5 calls till now, and the last has been last year, with these 2 main topics, involvement of the citizens, strengthening the local level, and participation of all citizens and inhabitants of these countries, of these municipalities, and Stans, I told, is one of these communities in this program.
Michael, you can prepare yourself question, and in the meantime,
they had experts groups on how to kind of build a suitable frame for regional innovation systems, and for the other measure for strengthening the municipal and city centers. So there was really a huge effort in participation and involving people to kind of build a suitable framework.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any more questions in the room, and neither online, unless, yeah, there is one more.
I have another question connected to the question of Mr. Andre. It's the question to Florian. Again, because you explained that that you are thinking about it, but do you have an action plan for that, for covering, or how does it look like actually? Because I'm from Poland, and we've got, let's say, just like three weeks ago, a lot of sun is coming, and we already have started the problems with blacking out and stopping the energy from the solar systems. So that's why we're asking about this, I think.
A lot of interest in renewable energy, Florian.
And that's a lot of interesting questions that are not easy to answer. Actually, the energy system must transform, and we still have the energy system where there are big plants. The energy is transmitted to the consumers, and then it's consumed by them. And we are still at the beginning of this transformation, and there need to be the flexibilities in the grid, in the systems. Also generation plants must have these flexibilities, so we can use renewable generation first, and then we use other fossil generation, for example. And there's also this big topic of the grids, as you as you know, and this will be a huge effort to make it. If we really want to try it 2040, I don't know if this works, but we can try, and we can do everything that works. Yes.
Thanks a lot, Florian. I think you can maybe keep that mic there so that I don't run up and down the room again. Okay, I think maybe at this stage we don't have a lot of time because of the bit of delay for the icebreaker, but I still want you to make a bit of an exercise just to see who is in the room. So maybe we could do the usual thing. If I can ask people who represent local communities in this room, so who are from villages, local communities, to please stand up, and it's a bit of a good exercise as well. In this morning, you've been sitting for long. Okay, very nice. Welcome to the event. It's a good number. We wanted that. Quite a few people from local communities, and we are looking forward to discussing with you what your situation and challenges are. Thanks a lot. Okay, let's see if we have, I think we have a few leader representatives, leader legs, local action groups, or any leader organizations. Let's see how many you are. Okay, very good. That table seems very busy. So which country are you from? All from the same leg? No? All of you? Finland. Okay, Finland and Slovenia. Wow. Welcome. And Latvia? Finland. Finland and Finland. Again, of course, Finland. Very good. Welcome. Okay, ministries and national organizations, but not CAP networks yet. Let's see if there are ministry representatives, different kind of ministries. Very nice. Okay, Florian, we know, we heard a lot. You are from which ministry?
Rural Development, Greece.
Okay, maybe pass very quickly the microphone so everybody
Latvia.
Okay. Okay.
We are three from the Hungarian Agricultural Ministry.
Okay. Welcome, Hungarian delegation, and you are?
Croatia.
Okay, very good, very nice and diverse. So now I give it to the CAP networks or NRNs or in transition who used to be CAP networks but can tell about that perspective. Okay, Michal, we know he. And
I'm from Finland.
okay. I know the colleagues, Latvia and Poland.
Ireland.
Emilia, I'm from Italy.
Okay, very good. Thanks a lot. And who did I miss? The regional level, we of course know Gerhard, but anyone else from regional level? Here you go. Which region? Styria as well. Yes, Styria, very good. Okay, and who did we miss? Who feels that they don't fit into any of these groups? Go on, tell us who you are.
My name is Franz Narada. I'm working in the field of smart village development since 30 years. And I have a research institute, and I'm very glad that I can join your community.
Perfect. So research, of course, it's crucial. Research institute, we missed. Anyone else who feels they are researchers? Ivona, of course, she's doing research a bit as well. Anyone else who is also research? Okay. Then hopefully we more, and of course, let's do one more round. The colleagues who are supporting me in Smart Road 21, so the E40 team and national experts from different countries, MSA in the back, or national experts from Latvia, Croatia, Finland, Austria, Sweden, and Poland, and Katrina and Anita in the front, who are great help, all of them, for this event. So thanks a lot to all of you as well. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Anyone who didn't stand up yet? Okay, no, that's perfect. But of course, we've got our IT support, Paul, and his team, who is working hard, and he supported us. And sorry, your name is? Miriam. Okay, so we've got a great support there as well, and be patient with them because it's a hard stuff. Okay. So let's move on to the next session very quickly, and I will try to catch up on time by talking quick. No, I won't troll quick, but maybe I will try to say fewer things. We heard about the Smart Villages Observatory already from the Commission, that it's a very important platform and network that we are just piloting. So this project will run roughly for 1 more year, at least until the end of the year. The idea is that we experiment with this. We wanted to, these face-to-face regular meetings were not planned at the beginning, but we really thought it's important to bring you together face-to-face, the people who want to make smart villages happen. So this is why we organized this first meeting of this pilot observatory, and we might have 1 or 2 more to meet up if we are lucky and if we manage to get there after the summer. So the idea is to really start to exchange face-to-face and to experiment if this network is useful at all. Do we need such a platform or not? And of course, it's later on the question of the future of such a network. Should it be built into existing network? Should it be part, or should the smart villages get more attention and focus? So I will just very briefly use, today I'm using just graphics, so not much text. So I will now tell you how this observatory is structured. So of course the main aim, as I said, is exchange. That you talk to each other, that you hear from each other's perspective, whether you are at the local level or you are leader-legs who want to know how the others are doing, or you want to connect between leader-legs and managing authorities of the CAP to ask advice. So the idea is to really facilitate this exchange. So you need to tell us during these 2 days, like where you need the support the most. And this will be also the topic of the workshop, which I will come back to. So the main aim of the project, and in that sense the observatory as well, to at the end of the day to improve the technical and financial support for smart villages. So we always have to keep in mind the end users, which are the local communities who are facing all those challenges that we started to talk about today. And they remain the main focus. So everything we do here in this room, the purpose is to support them and to find the best way to support them. That's what we want to do through the observatory as well. So whichever level you're working at, it's important that the focus remains the community. So not us, not the commission, not the ministries, of course, but the communities themselves. So this is one leg. There will be 3 legs of the observatory. The first one is the so-called knowledge clusters of smart rural communities. So the idea here is that in the Smart Rural 21 project, we supported directly communities. Now we focus more on the support framework at all levels. But what we heard with the communities that we worked with, that it's very important that they want to continue exchanging about ideas, and they want to communicate to each other, and they want to hear each other's inspiring examples. And this was not planned in such a form originally, but we decided that it's important to continue to facilitate such an exchange, especially on specific topics, because they said, like, smart village is nice, but there are specific concerns of ours, and we want to exchange with the communities who have the same concerns. So we set up knowledge clusters in an experimental way on 2 topics so far, as many of you know. One is the renewable energy, and most of you who are here are also members of the renewable energy cluster, which is also partly the focus of today's and tomorrow's meeting. And the other one is on digital services. And we are thinking of covering other topics, maybe in a lighter form, because it's quite a lot of energy and effort to organize these, and these were not initially foreseen, but we really want to focus on enabling exchange between the communities who want to engage with each other on specific topics. And we've got 3 layers of those communities, but they are not so sharply divided. The lighthouse examples that are exemplary for others, that are inspirations for the others, and who already have done something in that specific topic. The second layer is those who are really committed to do something on that topic and decided already that they will take action in a given theme, like renewable energy, but they still don't know quite how, or they started actions, but they want further inspirations, for instance, from the lighthouse examples. And then we've got a bigger group of so-called follower communities who are just interested in the topic and want to follow that. So if you go to our website, then you will see there are specific dedicated pages for these clusters, so you can follow the clusters work through that. Then the next pillar of the Smart Villages Observatory is the so-called task forces. So these tables, each of these tables kind of represent a national or regional level, which also means that discussion doesn't need to go in English, it can be in the national language. And the idea was here not just to have a table or some sessions to discuss what smart villages are and what it could be and so on, but to really identify a specific instrument, policy tool, measure that this task force can influence in a positive way so that the smart villages support is improving. So some countries are focusing on the regional level and how to create a regional system that supports smart villages, for instance, in Portugal. And in other countries, they focus how to advance leader and how to make sure that leader legs understand better and so on. And Katrina will talk about that in a minute, so I won't talk about task forces more now. And the third one is the stakeholder platforms, which is kind of what we are doing today, but we will also do some online sessions dedicated to specific groups. So there is planned to be an online session for leader legs and other leader stakeholders, so that people with the same responsibility can discuss their concerns. Later on, we might do some exchanges between the managing authorities specifically, like how CAP is, how Smart Village is programmed in the CAP and what could be improved and what other countries are doing to learn from each other. And the same with CAP networks. Once they are being set up, we would like to do a session for CAP networks to discuss like what could be done at the Smart Villages front. So these are really the 3 pillars, and of course we try to bring all this together in these meetings. You are all considered to be members of this ecosystem of different stakeholders, and hope you can identify your place in this system. It's very important that you are active, and that's what we are trying to do, to animate the different level of exchanges, but also to animate it all together. So this is the whole picture, and of course the original graph kind of shows connections, because these are not isolated islands, but people who are participating in one might be part of the task forces, for instance. They might be part of the European level exchanges, so these are not isolated islands, but the three pillars are kind of interacting with each other. So that's what we are trying to do, that's what we try to experiment, so please contribute to the discussion today, because it's very important for us to understand if you find this framework useful, and understand a bit more what support you need and how we should continue with this. So that's all from me on the presentation of the network, and with that I pass to my colleague Katrina, who will present a bit more the task forces with other colleagues.
Yes, thank you. Yes, no, not this one. I will go straight to the point, as we are being a little bit late, and as I would like to leave as much time as I can for the colleagues, national experts presenting their task forces. So briefly to introduce how the national task forces are running, Edina already mentioned some of the important points, but so the national task forces are multi-actor platforms that bring together a wide range of relevant stakeholders, and that could be that can be managing authorities, other ministries, research organizations, local action groups, and of course also communities. And these involved stakeholders, the type of involved stakeholders depends also a lot from the regional and national context, because the task forces, national task forces, are really focusing on the national, regional needs and the specific policy context in each country, and therefore they are also running in the national language to make them as open as they can be at national level. And as already Edina mentioned, the aim is not only to get together and to talk about smart villages, but really to improve policy implementation. It is especially improving the CAP strategic plan interventions, but it can be also other programs and interventions promoting the support and implementation of smart villages, and of course the synergy between different programs and instruments at different levels that are used at national level to implement smart villages. And the task forces are set up and coordinated and supported by Smart Rural 27 national experts. So we have the national experts in all member state countries. Not all of them have task forces, but I will mention that a bit later. And the task force actions are coordinated and set in a concrete action plan. So the concrete action plan is composed by the description of the context and concrete goals and actions to achieve those goals, and also a timeline. And the task forces are run through a series of meetings and discussions, and so that all the stakeholders can come together and plan concrete steps and actions to achieve the goals stated in the action plans. And of course the action plans can be updated and changed after the task force meetings slightly, so that they reflect the reality and the concrete possibilities to influence the national policies. And of course it is really important to emphasize that the task forces are not only those meetings, but they are also supported by the analytical work of our national experts, the national experts of the project. And in some of the task forces there are some context studies or concrete support instrument studies made by our national experts and also other task force members. So there is also this deep analytical work done by the team. So the task forces are currently running in 7 member states: Austria, Belgium, Cyprus, Finland, Latvia, Poland, and Portugal. And I will shortly introduce 4 of them. And we have the 3 of our national experts here as well. So we will start with Poland and Latvia and Finland. They will shortly introduce more in detail than I will do it, their task forces and their goals and actions. I won't go deeper in the Austrian one because I think Michael really already touched on the 3 anchor interventions on how to implement and support smart villages in Austria. So the task force of Austria is concentrating on how to create synergies between those 3 interventions, but we heard about it previously. Then the Belgium Wallonia task force is analyzing and disseminating everything that have been done already in the smart village context in the country in order to prepare new stakeholders to the smart territories projects that are launched by Digital Wallonia, so that to create a synergy between the smart village concept and already a national territorial development concept that is being put in place, not to avoid the duplication of efforts. Then in Cyprus, it is a bit similar. There is this Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy who is already supporting innovation and research and investments in innovative enterprises, and designing the Smart Cyprus platform, which is supervised by the Deputy Ministry of Research and Innovation. And so the task force aims to bring into the Smart Cyprus platform the smart villages concept in order also to avoid the duplication, make this, the synergies, and have an ownership of the smart villages also by the Deputy Ministry in order to better implement this concept. And the last one in the list is the Portugal, where task force targets a specific integrated territorial-based intervention, which is the implementation of transforming project villages, which is quite focused on the tourism villages, on thematic villages. But in order to go broader and to not only make this tourism villages happen, the task force aims to introduce the smart village concept in the concrete integrated territorial development projects. So to make these villages develop in a more complex way and broader thematic scope. But I will stop here, and I will invite national experts, so Andrzej at first, to present the task force of Poland.
Thank you very much, Katrina. I would like also invite Paweł Krzyczunowicz, who is a great pillar of the Polish task force. So first of all, we created task force in Poland not only because of the project requirements, but also simply we feel there is a need for it. Because in Poland we have in the national strategic plan the possibility to support smart villages under 2 kind of interventions, under the leader and also infrastructure component. But during the discussion with local action group, with different people, we see there is a lot of questions, a lot of issues, a lot of problems. And we believe that task force could contribute to support those who want to deal with smart villages, who want to create the smart village. So under the leader, there's a real possibility, limited, but there is. And also, we are convinced that smart village concept could be supported from many different sources, both national and from European funds, and also from the private financial sources. So to some extent is the way to looking for good solution in the given situation. Paweł, you can tell whatever you want, but I think but I think that you should for sure mention the competition which we have, when you get the information about the smart village examples in Poland.
Yes, the competition which the network funds, but has actually been initiated, and we currently have the third round completed, which is run by a research institute on regional development, on local development and agriculture. And this research institute has now run 3 rounds of competitions, basically to ask smart villages to present themselves, to say, hey, we exist. A bit along the lines of what was done in Finland, where the initial reaction when Smart Village started to become a topic on work also done by the ENRD was, well, what is a smart village? Who are these people? And just the approach of, well, maybe the villagers themselves know if they are smart or not, and they just have to stand up and be seen. And that is the competition that has been run now. This year's we have 143, I think, people who have come forward, communities who have come forward and said, well, we think we're smart. This gives a much better idea of who's out there. Because I think one of the other main elements that certainly is in our interest at the national network is to break out of our silo. This is why I love coming to these meetings run by the various numerical variants of smart rural projects, and that is simply because we break out of our usual constraints. I don't meet just national networks. I love meeting the national networks, but we have to go beyond that. Just as my question to Michael about, who wrote the strategic plan, we have to break out from the Ministry of Agriculture, because the success of Smart Village depends so much on various actors actually finding themselves, each other, and doing things together where normally they would never meet.
Thank you very much, Paweł. So first of all, we try to make our task force very diversified, to have a different representatives of different stakeholders, and very important representatives of the regional authorities, and also members of the task force already presented on the meetings of the representatives of regional authorities the concept of smart village, and try to convince them that it's important, that they should make more effort to support it. The challenge is the people who are working with Regional Development Fund and Social Development Fund. We are still looking for the way how to convince them to be involved in this process, and it's not easy task, but we believe that we will find a workable solution. Our experts, and with the support of the task force, are working on the national guide for those for smart villages. A part of this guide prepared under the project Smart Rural 2021, the specific one for Poland. Our intention was to do it now, but when we ask local action group, what are your problems, what questions do you have? The answer was, we are so busy now because we are working on the local development strategy and we have no time to cooperate with you now. So our approach now is, okay, we ask them, open your local development strategy for smart villages, and then we'll try to work together to develop it. We will ask the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development to collect information which local action group have in their strategies smart villages, and we'll try to work with them and together with them develop the new guide. Thank you. Thank you very much. Paweł, maybe you would like to add something. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will ask Zanda to join us on the stage with her presentation. And we have still 15 minutes for 2 presentations, so let's try to fit in the timing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I will give a short insight into Latvian task force on smart villages. According to the task force action plan, we have planned 3 meetings this year, and on April there was the first meeting of the task force. As the smart village approach is quite new in Latvia, it was very important to bring together various representatives, and there were representatives from local action groups, from communities, from ministries, from Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Economics, also from a paying agency who is really interested how to do all the things connected with leader and the smart villages on its best way. Also, there were participants from smart villages and representatives from which are developing eco villages. And as there have been always a different understanding of what is smart village, where we tried to explain in details, including villages from Smart Rural 21, and also we agreed. It was very important to agree on one common definition, and we offered the definition which is developed by the European Commission's pilot project on Eco Smart project, and also which is, I think, used by Smart Rural 27. Yeah. Zoom meeting will end after 40 minutes. Okay. During the meeting, there were workshops, and we mapped various stakeholders and their existing and potential responsibilities. And the workshop discovered a very broad field of work and wide range of potential stakeholders. And we see that it's very important to continue to explain this approach, and so the smart villages could promote sustainable development on its best way. And during the workshop, we also identified challenges of the local area and possible solutions by delving more directly into digital solutions. And we see that it's very important to think about the capacity building at the local level where it is needed and or asked, including encouragement to create village strategies. And within the framework of the workshops, the participants proposed to create the national level smart village strategy. And that's the challenge for us, and we hope to develop, to work on this on next meetings, so this year. The next meeting of the task force is planned on June, in the middle of June, so we'll see how we'll all develop. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, Kim is already here. Yes.
Change the slides. Like this one. This one. Yes, so hello, my name is Kim Smedslund from Finland. I'm the task force, and I see there's something green and smart rural, that's great. So, okay, so we are working with this task force a little bit in a pathway thinking, a process way of thinking, of doing things. So we were not very clear what we were doing, but the process is clarifying now. So does it work? No? Next one. So in any way, the process started, we built just our task force and trying to be as complete as possible from citizen to ministry decision-making level, and inviting experts to the group. altogether, and we set as an objective to support smart village, smart community, smart place kind of activities and processes within the task force in strong cooperation with the network and the ministries altogether. So activities, webinar studies, and communication activities a little bit weak for now, but we are getting great into it. So I will not go too much into this because I already told about them. So we are supporting, informing, building bridges between sectors, and trying to contribute to the smart village policy and programming, and that is maybe our main task. So to support for the next period and for the maybe even this period, to try to make things better even in later on. Okay, this is a little bit small text, but in our CAP strategy, we have it has an own chapter for smart villages. And we have two possible ways of implementing the smart villages through the leader groups. So all the lags have smart village strategies or smart village elements in the strategies. So organizations, NGOs can apply. And then we have a possibility to apply from the regional authority. And these are kind of consortium type, longer term kind of smart village activities. So it can be 3-4 year processes of thinking. Also, then you can build like consortium type of kind of activities. And then about the programs and financing, we did some studies, and here we have some results of it. You can maybe read it, but it says exactly the things that you already know, so I don't know if I need to state them. That villages we don't see the word villages in the programs. We see local, we see villages and communities often as partners or being part of something big, but nothing really kind of directly directed to local villages and communities. And innovation was a word that you find everywhere. But I don't know how that will be helpful for the local communities and villages unless it's really in the programs and there are supportive elements, how to include, giving maybe 10% more if you have the villages and communities participating, and very much future looking, but not always involving the citizens and local communities. But that is the reality that we know. This will be, I suppose, visible in the Smart Rural 27 pages later on, so you can check for this. And here I have some suggestions, coming back also to the Austrian example of rural innovations, kind of on a smaller scale, which is, I think, very, very smart. So increased funding, that is quite clear, I would say. Earmarking for me is a quite clear element that national governments and EU could be thinking of. And the third point is, for me, the most important to be developed, in my view, maybe. So either find new ways of programming, including elements or parts in the programs which are relevant for local development area, and really develop at European, national, or regional level the thing that you were developing in Austria, those kind of local innovation partnership kind of programs at EU level. And this is something we need to discuss maybe further on, how to make it happen, and simplified tools, of course. Then we work with webinars. It's part of our process, so including the sectors. So AI, digitalization, energy communities. And the next thing we have trying to invite the ministries and other things in a common roundtable to see where the synergies are, where we are missing things, where we could do more between the ministries at ministerial level. And then finally, the final event would be then finding the solution for everyone, and everybody would be happy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So maybe you have some questions to our national experts or some general questions about task forces. So it is time now to speak them out loudly. And we will have a look also maybe in slide or there's something new or not. So I presume that, here we have a question from Hansel, please.
I heard in Latvia you discussed who is the owner of the smart villages policies. Did you come to any conclusion? Who is the owner, or is it still up?
So the Ministry of Agriculture is, I could say, the owner of the smart village concept. Yeah, but also there are regional ministry who have some activities connected with the community involvement. So we hope that also this ministry could involve on some more activities connected with the villages.
Thank you. And as I have the chance to be Latvian as well and attending the task force meetings, I can say that if you are speaking about this national level strategy, probably then maybe it is needed that it goes wider than only agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, because as it was already mentioned, but I just forgot who, it was Pavel saying that, yes. So that it is much more, it involves so many diverse persons and stakeholders that we cannot stay limited in one ministry. It needs to be more overarching. So yes, it is, the question of ownership is really important. Any other questions? Edina, please.
I'm just transferring Kirsten's question to you, Kim, here, because she's texting me. She's asking, all legs in Finland have smart village included in their local development strategies?
Yes, and maybe Ann-Sofi can back me up, but all leader group have smart villages in their strategies. I suppose it was a quite strong message also from the top level to our leader groups to do it, even though I suppose we would have done it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm from Portugal. I'm from Alentejo. I'm representing Regional Coordination and Development Commission. And I would like to know if and how can we join the task force, because we have some things that you have some things that we are interested in besides energy communities. We have an H 2020 project called Auroral. I don't know if you heard of it, and it's in digitalization. And also we are the first region in Portugal to have a regional agenda for digitalization. So in Auroral, we have smart, it's a consortium of several entities and countries, like Finland, for example. And we have 8 pilots along Europe in 5 smart domains, like health, tourism, agriculture, mobility, and we would like to share some of our experience, but mostly we would like to hear from you and exchange some information, because we want to implement things, and you have problems and you have difficulties, and we also have, and we want to learn your experience to be easier to implement some things and improve some of our own problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what we suggest, we will get you in touch with our colleague and national expert who is coordinating the task force, yeah? Magda Porte, yeah. Yeah, because normally these focus on very specific contexts, so it's not the whole country and so on, so we didn't like openly advertise it, but we try to start to work on a specific issue identified by the experts, but I'm sure there are ways to connect to this existing one, yeah? So we will connect you to the task force. Okay, in the meanwhile, I think Kirsten posted her comment, but this was already answered. But thanks, Kirsten, if you're listening to us, and anyone else who's following us online. Okay, sorry, Katrina, I just suddenly jumped in. But any other comments or questions, or maybe, I know it's been a long morning session, so maybe we need a break. Yeah? I can see on the faces we need a break. Okay, there will be a press conference also in the coffee break. I think those who speak German and keen to listen to that press conference, I think they are welcome. It's in the other building. But after the coffee break, we will have an introduction to the workshops here. So back in this room now, it's easy to find. So we can start sharp on time at 11. And then we do an introduction to the workshop, and then the floor will be really yours to discuss different topics which we will introduce. So thanks a lot for following us. For those who are online, of course, you can listen to the introduction to the workshop so that you know what we are discussing. Unfortunately, you cannot participate in the workshop, but we can meet you back at 2:15 when there will be a feedback from the workshop and panel. So this is for those who are online. Yeah, so you can see what the workshops are about at 11, and that after that at 2:15 you can join us for the feedback from the workshops. Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee and see you at 11. Coffee break is just outside here, yeah? Just in the foyer. Thanks. If we can get your attention again. Okay, so we will now do a short introduction to the workshops. And there we really much hope that you will be on stage, not so much us, and we would like to hear from your challenges and so on. I will tell the workshop topics in a second and the purpose, but I wanted to do a bit of framing of the workshops or why we are doing it. And I promised at the beginning that I will only have graphs and not much text. This graph that I will present you briefly now is a very old one. When we started this project, or even I think during the Smart Roll 21, then we were starting to think like, what will the policy framework look like, and where smart villages, where local communities might get support from. So I thought just yesterday, I was discussing with colleagues in the evening that this graph could actually really work here. So I will present it briefly to you with the different layers. So of course, as I said at the very beginning, what we are talking about is really the center is the rural communities and those who want to become smart villages. Of course, it's not just individuals, but often led by individuals. There is often associated innovative governance, local governance system, community partnerships within the communities. And what we see in the Smart Roll 21 and what we see here and in the knowledge clusters, that the village-to-village cooperation is a key aspect to that. So innovation is, of course, within the local communities, and innovation is also in these exchanges when you start to communicate to others and learn from each other and inspire each other. So that's really the basis of the whole support framework, and we want everything to support that layer really through the smart villages and to get these approaches. So as you very well know, the smart villages concept has at its core a strategy. We can call it other things. It doesn't need to be a complex strategy. In Poland, they call it concept, and they use a much simplified term. It can be a plan or something simple. The key thing is that the community has a vision, like where they want to go, where they want to get at, and how they should become resilient or survive all those challenges that they are facing. And of course, these strategies create a vision, and then the idea is to identify possible solutions from each other, getting inspiration from each other to get there, to get to this vision. And this can be a diverse thing, and of course the innovative projects foreseen in these strategies are crucial. So it's not the paper that matters. We always say that it's not the format, it's not that you have a formal strategy, but it's rather that you create a vision, a perspective in the community that you build on, and that's and you try to work out a way to approach towards that and find the different means to get support for that. Of course, it also has to be acknowledged that some communities already have plans, existing local village strategies or plans, and there must be synergies with the potential smart village strategies. But generally speaking, this has been a core concept within the smart villages concept in general. And of course, the idea is that these strategies are somehow created with the community, so that's where this participatory strategy development and implementation is highlighted. So it's not just by the leadership, although it's often led by the village leadership, but somehow the community members are engaged. So the whole system which I will present tries to support this core. So the communities to develop these strategies and to implement inspiring innovative actions for the end of the day to become resilient and sustain and survive. So here comes the policy framework of the EU, as you well know, I think most of you know. So it's really, the smart villages, the key thing is it's not just the common agricultural policy, but it always meant to be a multi-funded program in a way. Because at the very beginning, when the EU action plan was created, it was signed by several different directorate general within the Commission, which already indicated that it's not just agriculture, it's not just rural development, it's rural development, but it's many angles of the rural development. So in an ideal scenario, it wouldn't just be the so-called common agricultural policy and the CAP strategic plans which support it, but also other policies. And this is what we are trying to stress here, and we would like to engage in the Observatory more and more ministries So not just the Ministry of Agriculture. That's why it's great that we had these presentations from the different levels. Of course, the cohesion policy is a key. So if you are a local community and about to develop smart villages concept, I think we should push together that there is a connection between not just the CAP strategic plans, but also other policies that support this more integrated approach. So what we are trying to do with the Smart Rural 21 project is to map what's happening in the strategic plans, and also to encourage the ministries and other stakeholders to really take this seriously, that local communities shouldn't be left behind and they should get support as quick as possible. We are just having in the CAP press conference in the other room, Stans just had it, and they are just presenting. I mean, we gave a bit of a kick. I mean, it was really just a small support that we could do because it's not an investment support the Smart Rural 21 really provided, but more technical assistance. But now they are really developing this token system and the energy system, and they are presenting this at the press conference. And I was just asking Fritz where they get the funding from. And some of them is national funding, roughly 50%. The other 50% is the community funding, because they invest themselves. So we always stress that there is a sign that sometimes this funding doesn't quite reach the local level, and we should jointly work on this, that it actually reaches, that if a community is doing something inspiring and innovative, it gets access to this funding as quick as possible. And of course, it's not that easier said than done, but still that's kind of the purpose. So the idea is that the common agricultural policy is financing it. The other policies are financing it, the smart village strategies and the smart actions within those. Of course, it's ideal if the smart village strategies take into account the objectives of the big program and contribute to it, because then it's easier to get funding. So if you've got a strategy that is aligned with the strategic plan, then it's easier to get financing. That's why the synergies. And of course, closer to the local communities are the leader action groups, and this is what we also want to discuss today, how leader can support this process. Ideally, there should be some kind of concepts, visions at this village level, and these should kind of be harmonized, have a synergy with the leader strategies. And it's very good if leader builds into their strategy smart villages, and then this connection is being strengthened. I think this is what Andrzej and Pavel were talking about. For instance, that's the focus of the Polish task force and many other task forces as well. And Michael was also presenting that leader is one of the key bubbles, and it's happening actually in many other countries. And the last bit really is that we realized through Smart Rural 21, but also now, that communities obviously need support. So it's not just financing, but we need to create, capacity. We need to build capacity. So it might concern technical assistance to develop strategies. It might concern, helping them to connect to other communities. So this networking, what we are doing today, and this animation capacity building is very crucial, because often they don't have the capacity, or it's not that easy to find other communities. And this can happen either through leader, so the leader legs seen as key local actors who could enable that, so they can map in their area who are the communities who want to work with this topic, what kind of support they need, connect them to other potential communities in other leader areas. So it could happen through leader legs, and it's acknowledged that the local level, the local action groups are crucial to that. But of course it can also happen, sorry, sometimes I cannot manage. It can also happen, it still links to the CAP strategic plan indirectly, so it can come from the national level as well, this kind of technical support, and typically through the CAP networks, who can bring together different stakeholders. And Pavel was saying they do the different kind of awards to acknowledge. So the CAP networks can also do a lot to make this happen and to animate this process. So this is, as I say, an old graph of E40 that we used in the past, but you can see at the time we wanted to show where the new elements in smart villages might come in, that it acts at the local level, that there might be a local community concept, that leader might support it and all that. But I think this framework works for today's workshops as well, because essentially we would like to have 3 workshops, but we will see in a minute what's the interest, so that we can be flexible and decide how we do this. So the first one is really focusing on communities. And the idea is like, what can the communities do to create strategies? What have they already done? How it links to other strategies, and what kind of support is needed at the community level to even advance with this further? I know many of you are already doing it, and what kind of support you need. So this is the kind of circle we would like to discuss in the first workshop. The second workshop, we sought to focus on leader. It's an absolutely critical also in time right now, because the local action groups are designing, either they being selected or just going to be selected very soon. Either they already drew up their local development strategies or just about of drawing up the local development strategies, and Andrzej, as Andrzej was highlighting it. So the idea is like how to make sure that maybe smart villages is put in, and how you can fully use that concept, and how that connects to the local level strategies and communities, how it can support that, and what kind of animation support could be created. So that's the leader circle, but of course reaching down is the second one. And the third one, which we invite you for a workshop, is to see, we are doing an analysis, as the Commission was highlighting, on the CAP strategic plans and how it's programmed in the different countries. But the idea is really to see like what can be done at the national level to support this whole framework, to support the leader local action groups in their efforts, to support directly the communities, to provide animation support. I couldn't cover all this with this red bubble, but it's kind of the common agricultural policy and also other ministries and other policies who could contribute to this. So these are the three workshops we would like to cover. Hi, Peter. Okay, these are the three key topics. So once again, workshop one, normally on rural communities, Styria, it's not, doesn't mean that's workshop one, that's the name of the room where we are going, so forget it for a second. So the focus is on rural communities and smart villages. The second normally on leader and smart villages. The gallery is again the name of the room. And the third one is on CAP strategic plans. So that's the framework. And now we would like to explore, because we don't want, actually it can be a really good discussion with a couple of people, but just to have a feeling in the room. So who thinks they would like to go to workshop one? Can you raise your hands so that we can quickly count? Okay, so it's something like between 10 and 15 people, I guess, or 15, 14, 15, okay. Who would go to the leader workshop, leader and smart villages? Okay, that's a good number as well, I think. And the third one, the smart villages and the CAP? Okay, I think I would suggest we go ahead with the three ones. I think it's quite balanced. We wanted to see that because we didn't get a response from all of you. So the idea is that the workshop structure, it will be facilitated by my colleagues. So the leader workshop will be Katrina, you already saw her, and supported by Anita. The CAP workshop will be facilitated by Michael and supported by Emese. And local communities one will be led by Hans-Olof and myself. Each workshop has roughly the same structures. The colleagues will explain. The idea is to have an intervention from one colleague, and then one representative here from you, and then have a reflection on that presentation and discussion. And the key things we want to hear is what you need, what are the challenges you are facing at your level to see to realize the smart villages concept, and think about these people in this room and platforms like this of today, like how these things could support you. What should we do in the observatory to push this thing at your level? So what can we do? How can we help through the observatory or any other platforms in that sense? Okay, so this is the same framework, but the colleagues will explain in the rooms as well. I just like to remind Katrina, Michael, and Hans-Olof that we would need to come back with some sharp messages at the end. We will bring that back to the plenary, so those who listen to us, yeah, everybody's smiling. Good luck for all of you. But it's not the point to feed back on the whole workshop, what happened, presentations and so on, but really the most important messages, because then we are in a position that we will have some people in the panel who don't even know what they need to talk about. They put on in spotlight after that, which will be even live streamed, so no pressure. And they have to reflect on these findings. So try to come back with findings that are really relevant for the panel to reflect on, which we will do after lunch. Okay, so rooms, the community ones, you go across the building and then you go until you, I don't know, knock a door, hit a door at the end. Yeah. Done until you hit a door of a workshop. The stairs which go up to the hotel, you have to go front of the stairs and there are 2 rooms. One on the left, one in front. The front one is Styria, the left one is gallery. We will guide you there, okay? You can just follow us. And the CAP one, the CAP strategic plan stays here, okay? So that's easy, nice and easy. And the lunch will be where you had breakfast. Those of you who had breakfast, those of you who didn't, ask the reception where breakfast is normally. So it's in the other building, okay? So after the workshops, we go to lunch and meet again here for the summary of the workshops. Thank you. It's meant to be interactive again. I hope some people might rejoin us online as well. But the idea is that we will give a feedback on the workshops, and we have 4 people sitting here who will reflect on the workshop outcomes. So this session will run until we are slightly late, but until 15:15. And I thought so the people here, sitting here, you each have to pronounce your surnames, okay? So that I can. Peter's is easy, relatively easy, but yeah. Can you pronounce his name then?
Krzeczunowicz.
Yeah, you see what I mean. Pavel Krzeczunowicz. Krzeczunowicz. Right, yeah, okay. And Jana?
Oikarinen.
Oikarinen, that's easier. And of course, Michal.
Fischer.
Michal Fischer, okay? So they are representing different organizations. I mean, Michal is also our national expert, as he was already introduced, but previously worked at the CAP network. Jana is representing the leader aspect. Peter is representing both the local community level and leader, because he's also a leg manager still, or part of the board, chairman of the board. Sorry. Forgiven. And Pavel has been there for long to work with the CAP network as well. So they are very experienced in the topic. And what I thought to do is to change slightly what we planned. So it's not like we hear all 3 workshop outcomes and then we have a discussion, but we hear 1 workshop outcome and then a bit of reflection from our experienced panel, and then the next one, and so on, so that we break it up a bit, okay? So we will try it this way this time. So can I please call Hans-Olof to give us a feedback on the first workshop, which was about rural communities and villages, some key and sharp messages.
Well, we discussed a lot, and it was not that structured as we hope. Every time we plan something, first this question, then that question, and then conclusion there. But when we start talking, we talk about everything. But some of the outcomes is that from a community level, we need for smart villages some kind of a milestone planning with visible impacts or results or indicators reflecting how far have you come in order to get further funding or whatever. So a milestone planning, making it very concrete. There is a need for some kind of a permanent structure for animating, informing, and taking care of the smart village issue at many levels. And we're talking about smart village mentors or animators or animentor then, at lag level, unit level, regional level. The issue of smart villages, really someone is responsible for that.
Sorry, you need to switch the mic. Something is wrong with that one. Not here.
Okay, there it is. Wrong. Okay. Yeah, and we were talking quite a lot about explaining what is smart villages. What is smart? That is a question that we have discussed quite a lot. But these animators should explain at the community level or at the regional level, what is a smart village in this context, in this local context? What can it be? We also discussed engagement and inclusion of youth and elderly and all potential stakeholders. Maybe even more visualization of what smart can be, creating a vision. What will it be when we are a smart village in the future? Of course, the general issues of depopulation, lack of transport, digital infrastructure, and so on. But that is not so sharp. So I stop there.
Thanks a lot, Hans-Olof. Okay, so any immediate reflection on that, or should I just try to direct? Maybe Peter, you could kick it off with, like, what do you think of this animators stuff and things?
I was thinking about the inspirational side of smart villages. And if I can just use a concrete example, part of smart villages SR21 project back home where I come from was the idea of a tool bank. Sort of, you know, we don't have to have a concrete mixer or a scaffolding or, you know, all these kinds of implements and tools. We can share them. Wonderful idea. And supported by Smart World 21, we made a small app, which is sort of a storage system. Now, this is, of course, tools and its mechanism to get these kinds of things on the shelf and all that kind of thing. But in fact, it's much more than that. It's also a social inclusion mechanism. Newcomers feel welcome. But it's also an inspirational point to national funds. So now a national fund, Nordea Fund, which is a big bank in Denmark, has copied our concept and made it their new strand, their new idea. They've made it their idea. They've copied our idea. And the other day they went to our little village and took 200 pictures of us and the tools that we have. And it's so simple. It's just sharing stuff. That's what it is. But they thought it was so inspirational. So what I'm trying to say with this little example is we should see ourselves as inspirational as well, and not just, you know, receiving messages from the EU Commission and that sort of thing. See ourselves as innovators and as, you know, carriers of new messages, and to be inspirational points also for others. In this case, you know, a national fund that takes this idea, but I'm sure that you have similar ideas in your country where you inspired other people as well.
Very interesting thought, which is connecting to what is smart, I think, which is not that always easy to define. As we discussed in our workshop, sometimes there are concrete challenges like mobility, but I think we won't be able to give such a sharp definition, but I like it a lot, this being inspirational for others. Jana, I come to you. What do you think from a perspective on the animation part, for instance, or any other that you...
I totally agree with you about inspiration, but as you talk about the definition of smart villages, I think the local stakeholders should define what is smart village for them. Of course, we as a leader, we can give inspiration and we can take them to this kind of events where they can communicate with other villagers maybe. But I think the definition, what is smart village, has to be done in the local level, in the grassroots level.
I think that's an interesting thought, because I think it came up in every workshop almost, from what I hear, like what is smart, and everybody is looking again to have a concrete definition. So who should define it? Should the local level just get to a definition, as Jana is saying, or is it something which should be defined at a higher level? We were also discussing in our workshop that definitions could be different at different levels, because it means something different to a regional authority like that of Gerard. What do you think, Michael?
I mean, if I recall it right, the idea behind from Commission side to leave it quite open, the concept without defining it till the end, was to make it as kind of universally applicable as possible, and I think that's good. And perhaps you can kind of see it from another angle and say what's not what's smart and what's kind of the smart outcome or result. It's more about the quality, the new quality of doing something together, and that's kind of in line with what Peter said. This kind of sharing project that you mentioned, Peter, is might not be a radical innovation, yeah. but it is a kind of a social innovation that people in your village kind of define a new way of doing something together, solving a problem, sharing these tools, and that can lead to something else. So it's not the end in itself. It's not the sharing project, but it's the new process that's been kicked off, and that can result in something further. So I think that's something that we should think of, and that should be part of the definition of smart. Not always thinking of this ultimate radical innovation in the end.
Yeah, I think we had this discussion over lunch as well, like how far you need radical innovation, or could just a youth club or a tool like this be seen, because it brings a change. Peter, you want to reflect?
Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Now, I was thinking in terms of EU policies, we need to link both, if you like, on the top level and also from a bottom-up approach. My example first was a bottom-up approach with the tools and talents. Yeah? But the EU Commission a few years ago defined some, what they called 2030 goals, and you might remember them. They were trying to turn around the idea of economic growth and to, in some ways, unfold it. And they unfolded it in 3 dimensions. And the first one was economic growth from now on has to be smart, it has to be sustainable, and it has to be socially inclusive. There are 3 S's. So smart actually was then, in policy terms, on the EU level, 2030 goals, was now linked with these other 2. So not just smart in IT terms, but also socially inclusive and sustainable. And I think if we try to combine those, we're on the track of something in terms of smart villages. So that what I'm trying to say here is we also need to link what we do, and especially I'm talking as a LAG chairman person here, what we do in policy terms. LAGs and also smart villages are, if you like, instruments to implement EU policies. This is just one little example. There are a few more of this kind, but this one is easy to remember because there are 3 S's.
Yeah, I still had to note it down, but Pavel, any reflections?
Yes, I mean, fully agree with what the colleagues have said, and a lot of what you said, Hans-Olaf, was, we weren't in your workshop, but it very much resonates with what was being discussed where I am. From the point of view of a national network, then the tasks are relatively clear-cut. There is a need to help with animation, with allowing people to create the sort of maybe non-innovative innovations, but something that helps to build community. I was particularly taken by one thing, Hans-Olaf, that you didn't mention any policies, any strategic plans, any of that stuff, which at the very local level, at the community level, doesn't translate and doesn't need to be discussed. And I think if we manage to keep the discussions at this sort of language level and this sort of intervention and provide that sort of support, then that's when the community will be able to grow.
Very good, thanks a lot. Any reflections from you? Any comments or reactions to what's been said here, or questions? Okay. If you might come up with that later, but let's move on to the second workshop then. Katrina. Listen carefully, take notes. Yeah, exactly.
So yes, the second workshop was about leader and smart villages, with the main question on how could leader local action groups support the emergence of smart village strategies and projects. So I had the chance, because some of the panelists were in my workshop, so it will be easy for them to reflect on our findings. So I will maybe try to be sharp, because we had a lot of good ideas coming out. But in this time when a lot of local action groups are defining the local development strategies in a lot of countries, smart villages is an optional instrument to be chosen into the local development strategies. We came to finding that local action groups are not running to choosing those smart village, implementing smart villages, because sometimes they are missing understanding of what is it, of what it will ask for them, on how it will really solve some local problems, and also because there is not extra funding coming with these supplementary activities and actions that they may implement. And then the other extreme point of not choosing if because of not having funding would be to have funding, extra funding for smart villages. That would make local action groups put those smart villages in the strategies, and that would make people run after the smart villages as a kind of a label, and create a lot of smaller smart villages around. So what would be the main finding of all that is that local action groups don't need to implement smart villages. They need to create an environment where smart villages are emerging from local people, that they need probably more concentrate on the animation, on strengthening the local leaders, on showing local communities how this tool would help them to better self-organize in addressing their local needs. And this is not sharp at all, sorry for that. But it was important to go through it. Yes, and one of the main goals would be probably the smartest village would be the one who have emerged from this support and public funding, but at the end would be autonomous also from the public funding, would be able to meet some of their needs and in smart actions and sustain themselves as well, not being too much influenced by different outside aspects. And what would LAGS need to achieve that as support? Not a new webinar about what is smart villages, but more thematic approach, more peer-to-peer learning, more cooperation projects and international projects, more understanding how the smart, how this thematic scope could be resolved within the smart villages. What would exactly this bring to their territories? Also, the outside view, the outside expertise, having a fresh view on the territories, having someone from outside coming and saying, oh, but this could probably get organized like that or like this, because often when we are working with the same territory for a long time, we have the difficulties to see the smartness in some possible actions on the spot. Yeah. Good. You wrote everything down? Okay.
All right. So I come to Jana first. Like, how do you deal with that in your lag or leader group? Did you include, or do you already have the strategy? And did you include smart villages, and how you dealt with that challenge?
Yes, we have finished our strategy for this coming season, and smart villages is there as one of our focus points, I would say, but it's including like many kind of themes, and I think I haven't been doing the strategy, but I feel like it will be like giving our possibilities to support the local villages to do some actions towards to the smart village idea, or so it's quite wide in our strategy. It gives just a possibility for the villages to apply for the projects that will then make the villages a little bit smarter, I guess. Yes, so it's there.
As well, Michal, so that you can pass it on between each other. Peter, you work at both level, both leader and local. How do you see the linkages?
We've consciously put the term smart villages into our approved strategy. Yes, we're all set. We just need to get started and spend some money. So that's what we're doing. I'm also on the coordination, national coordination of all LAGs in Denmark, and we have about 20. And we've agreed that we would put smart villages into our strategies, but in some of the strategies, I can see that it's just a concept, it's just a word. It doesn't get unfolded, as it were. But it's there, and if people would like to use that as a peg or a cliffhanger or something like that, they can do that. But it needs to be, I think, in most of the others, not so much in mine because I took a special interest in this, but in most of the other lags, I'd say it's probably just one of many items and just a brief mentioned statement, and that's about it. But it's there.
Can you pass it to Pavel? And because you were very much nodding when it was like peer-to-peer is needed and not again a discussion on what smart villages are, but more kind of this thematically focused. What do you think the network could do?
Yes, thematically very much so, because the term smart village was not being absorbed naturally by local communities. They don't know what to do with it, they don't run with it, so let's stop using it. I mean, it's going to be challenging in a way to promote this, even though in strategic plans, this term smart village is present. In very many member states, the strategic plan hardly does any rural development. We have to recognize that, and since the national networks are there to support the strategic plan, then I just have to ask myself, well, am I really going to be able to do anything to support that rural development aspect, since that has been somehow approved as being okay? So it's a fully farming plan. I know it's different here in Austria, but still in very many member states, that is a reality we have to work within. The second aspect of the workshop, and really one of the reasons I joined that particular workshop, is the assumption that LEADER is close to the local communities. And I would question that at every step, and I wish the managing authorities would question it at every step. Has LEADER not been captured by the bureaucracy? Does it still animate? It has to animate, that's what it's there for, but does it really do that? And therefore, we can't assume that LEADER will do it for us. It's natural to see why that would be the case, because that is the most local intervention that the agricultural funding provides. But I wouldn't count on just that fixing the issue.
Miha, some reflections on, or Jana.
Can I comment? Yeah, because in our LAC, we have our manager and then we have one secretary, but then we have also our own development projects, like I'm running one project and I really work in the local communities. I pick up trashes with the local youngsters, or I go and take a coffee with the elderly people and talk with them. So I think this kind of thematic projects, those have been helping us to be very close to the community, because our manager or our secretary, they don't have time always because they are handling the bureaucracy in the office. But our project managers and workers, we are the one who are going then to the communities. So that helps us to really have a good conversation with the community.
Just perhaps a short amendment to what Pavel said. I completely support his opinion. The first reaction, in several cases when talking to local action groups about Smart Village, is when they have just this kind of quick view on the Smart Village characteristics, and they see integrated approach, participatory approach. Yeah, that's something that we already do. Yeah, that's LEADER. That's the immediate reaction. But if you dig deeper, and then I'm also in that sense convinced that LEADER is a regional approach, and I'm not sure if they always reach the local level. And the Smart Village is a very good kind of add on to that initiative, or that can very well supplement leader on the local level, because it adds a very good instrument. I mean, in most of the lags, it's not a mainstream. Not every village in a lag will implement Smart Village. It can be a punctual initiative where you focus on special parts of your local action group that you think that's suitable for that and that needs it. So I don't think that it's a kind of a competing approach, and that there it comes back to what Katrina said. It's very important to visualize this potential, because otherwise it stays rather superficial on that characteristics, and you don't unveil the potential of Smart Village. And that's something that has to be overcome by capacity building and by these things that you said that are important for the local action groups. I think that's really important. Otherwise, you won't unveil the potential.
And maybe any of you, like how far, or what's your reflection on, should the Smart Village strategy kind of sometimes created at the lag level, or do you need this kind of vision, even if we don't call it strategy, but some kind of vision at the local level, and how far the lags should support that process? Is it more animation role for the lags to help the communities find their way, create their vision? Or is it more the role of the lags that they include, let's say, Smart Villages as a topic, and then they support projects within the communities? Because I think it makes a difference. Or Peter?
Just a short reaction.
Yeah,
I think it should not be projects, because otherwise you're just in this kind of individual project level. It should be an integrated approach, and that should transcend individual projects.
So it's quite important to animate that or support the communities, Peter?
In practical terms, it's both and. The lag needs to support, of course, Smart Villages approaches, but try to remember the first letter in leader is liaison, which means linkages. And then, of course, all the other letters in leader. But that is what we actually try to do also in terms of Smart Villages, to create linkages. And that means that we in lag support those kinds of projects which are, creating links, which are not just one-offs and not just freestanding projects, but in fact are creating links. And I think that's a very important part of the Smart Rural development, that we don't see individual projects, we see linked projects. And if we see projects that look like they could be very individualized, we try to link them up with similar projects and partners and partnerships and so on. So that would be reminding us of the first letter in leader.
Any more reactions on this topic, Pavel, or anyone else? Or no obligation? No pressure? Okay, any reactions from the audience? How you would see it from your perspective, or what's the expectations towards lag in your countries, or as a lag, how you see this challenge? Any reactions from you? I think I saw a comment, but it's rather a comment than a question. If the definition of Smart Villages is top-down, this might be an obstacle, and you might find it more difficult to engage inhabitants. So that's a comment, not so much favoring a top-down. Let's keep defining it further, it sounds. Okay, but no direct question there yet. Okay, why don't we move then to the third feedback, which will be Michael then, and the others should reflect. It's a change of scene,
Okay, so I come back here to my post-its. So I'm doing a short wrap-up. Try to be as sharp as possible. And Kim, you were a very active participant, and you amend my. I mean, it's interesting in general that we started the discussion, I think, from 3 different angles in the workshops, but I think we ended up in quite similar, with similar solutions. So we had 2 presentations, very interesting presentations, a case from Finland, from the Finnish network, and from Hungary, from the Hungarian Managing Authority, about how Smart Village is implemented there. So there are different ways of providing a framework for for smart village in the upcoming CAP period. That's what also the other participants underlined. Either direct with direct interventions that focus on smart village and have a dedicated budget, and also indirectly via leaders, so local action groups that have the possibility to use the the smart village concept. Sorry, I mixed it up. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, surely. We had a lot of challenges. We had identified a lot of challenges, and I think that's really interesting as well. Yeah, to see what obstacles we have in kind of reaching the added value of the smart village concept. So it's the question about the capacity on the local level. Yeah, do we have the capacities on the local level to work with this framework, with this funding? Is there enough willingness to cooperate? Is there enough creativity at the local level that really pushes forward innovative ideas and so on? So we talked quite a lot of possible obstacles, and came to a conclusion that also directs to the EU level, because I think that was really an important question. So what can the observatory do to support this smart village approach, and also to overcome these obstacles and challenges? And this was mainly a discussion around the capacity at regional and local level. So it was the question of how to I would say educate in a broader sense people to work with this approach, on a regional level or on a lag level, to help the villages, the local level, to use this concept. And it was framed with the agents of change, to educate the agents of change on the local level, but also the supporters. Leader was a crucial element here, was discussed as a main facilitator to generate that. And the EU level can help in that process by providing fora, providing practical examples to kind of make it easier to tell about the idea of or behind smart villages, provide innovative formats like innovation camps, also with the methodological background. It can also, at the European level, or this observatory can also help in coordinate different funds, kind of in a temporal way. So if you have different timelines, to synchronize that, but also in a sectoral way to kind of help use different funds on member state level to use it for implementing smart villages. And it is really important to see or to consider knowledge that is necessary in supporting smart village processes as a knowledge on its own. So this is this kind of soft skills that have to be made visible and have to be transported, and that is something that the AKIS system should be enhanced with. So it should be added on to this was AKIS is in the core about. So the soft skills should be an important part there and could support smart villages. Pool of trainers, for example, could be an initiative on European level that also can be provided to the member states for local action group training or something like that. And cooperation is really important. We heard it from the two prior workshops as well, widening the network approaches. It's not only cooperating one village with another, and it's about more. Yeah, it's about sharing experiences in a broader sense. And that, I think, it's a huge opportunity also for the European level to support smart villages on the local level. So there are a lot of connections there.
Okay, reactions from the others, especially maybe on this idea of like doing this training, the trainers you called it. I think in our group it was caretakers, that these are needed at all levels. These caretakers, nominated person, I think Gerhard was mentioned Gerhard, sorry, was mentioning that it's caretaker, that we need a nominated person. It was in Hans Olof's presentation, this permanent structure, and then these people need to be trained to make sure. So would you, any reactions to that from any of you? Pavel?
Well, yes, I mean, as someone said, 3 different workshops and very similar conclusions. I would even say we need to also train the managing authorities. I think this lack of comprehension of what smart village is or what it could be is also missing there, because a lot of the sort of bureaucratic mechanistic approaches to projects and fund management don't allow necessarily for local communities to thrive and for their ideas to develop. So it shouldn't be restricted to just the LAGs or any such one group.
Yeah, I would say I agree with you, Pavel, and at least in Finland, what I've noticed, the village development is very much attached to the municipalities, who are the administrative organizations in our rural areas. And I've been going through the municipality strategies when I've been working with my project, and really I agree that they also would need maybe training on these issues, that they could then support the villages.
We see ourselves as the people. This is local democracy. We don't see ourselves as administrators of any kind of systems. I have people working for me. I have one person working for me in my leg, my staff, and it's her job to do all the administrative stuff. But I'm certainly not an administrator here. I'm not a manager or anything. I'm the one who actually secures that there is a say of ordinary people in this. And I don't know how much training they need. They are part of if you like, a bottom-up approach. That is leader in practice. So I'm just wondering whether, in fact, we're just once again bureaucratizing this whole thing, and I'm against that.
Very straightforward. Any reflections on that? Do LAGs need, do you feel, Jana, that you need capacity building in your team on smart villages, or since based on the animation work that you've been doing so far, you will get on with it?
Of course, life is like on continuing learning, and I agree that we, like what we talked in our group in workshop, that it always helps when there is people outside from your community coming to your community and sees the everyday things in different way than we do. So yeah, definitely the capacity building has to be like ongoing.
Okay, yeah, Fritz.
I had to say I completely agree with Peter, because when we did our first leader project, I was completely new to this field. Our conclusion was the project was good, but the bureaucracy, we said, never leader again. So no, because the project was good, we get good funding, but the problem was we had to do a lot of bureaucracy. We don't have time and we don't have money to do it. So I agree totally with you. Thank you.
I'm not sure that you would agree with the leader part. It's versed, no? Yeah, yeah.
Yes, so in practice, I'm an institutionalist, sometimes a researcher, sometimes something else. But I've been in our group. We also discussed a little bit about the political and programmatic level, what maybe could be done. So we have the CAP, and we have the agricultural and forestry parts there, and we were thinking of why not a sub program. Okay, LEADER is one, but as you said, LEADER is not always covering these aspects. The LEADER group are so different in different parts of Europe, financing different things. So if we think about smart villages as a concept and as a program, there should be a sub-program, whether it's, you name it, smart villages or local development or others. So that part should be included. There could be also this, what you told about and what I've been thinking quite a long time, so this mini EIPs or whatever you want to call them, but horizontal kind of innovation partnership structures in the sub-program within the CAP. And those could be combined then with LEADER, and then you could have the CLLD element included with the specific funding to this element. So that would allow the multi-funding systems inside the bigger program. I've been thinking of this quite far, without knowing yet how to make it happen. But anyway, the idea is there. So have this program, and then you have this sub-program, which would include the smart element and the horizontal partnership kind of element that could be combined with Horizon others, with this additional kind of CLLD funding would be in the sub-program. So I have some 15 pages on this, but it's not clear yet. Sorry.
Thank you. Any reactions? Any other reactions on this? No? Okay. So why don't we conclude very quickly, maybe a quick like feedback from all of you, like where you are sitting now, or where you are at in terms of your work, like what would be the most important thing in smart villages term, what you would need maybe the most as a support, or you don't need as a support because you feel it's kind of on track. Can you reflect on that? From your position, what would be the most useful support, or what an observatory or such a meeting could do for you? Anyone who volunteers to start? Peter does.
Yeah. Could I put on my lag hat just for a minute? Yeah, I wear different hats. I think we need back home, where I come from in my small country, to unfold the idea in practical terms of what do we mean by smart. And I think the smart villages, and the best thing we can do is to take it out of villages and develop this into a rural approach. We're very much stuck with the idea of villages, but there's so much in the countryside which is not villages. So that's one thing. So that we talk about rural development. I think that'll be an important step. But the other one is to, in concrete terms, to provide lots of wonderful examples of what we mean by this. Is this technological innovation? Is that what we're talking about? Is it social innovation? I think you talked about this. What kind of approaches and examples can we provide here? And where I come from, my little lag, we made a small booklet of the 75 projects that we've had during the last few years. And these provide wonderful examples of what we mean by local development. So I think these are very, down to earth practical tools. But suddenly people understand, oh, this is what they mean by local development. So those would be the two. Try to unfold villages into rural areas and try to make concrete examples. That'll be nice further steps.
Thanks a lot, Peter. Next one.
I think that there is a great deal of need for support to animation and this learning, whether it's for the managing authorities and elsewhere. I think we need to recognize also that I sometimes have a tendency to see Smart Village as a new label on an old product. When we had Smart Village training last year and we were really going on about it, at the same time there was the 25th anniversary of an initiative in Poland to build renew villages. So they don't differ that much. It's of course important to re-energize people, to get them excited because there's a new product to follow, but it's not that different from what has been tried before. What is different is that the situation in rural areas is getting increasingly more difficult with aging and depopulation and so on and so forth. So it's not something we can hang around and wait for another 25 years and relabel. It really needs quite urgent action.
Very good. Yeah. Oh, Jana, and then yeah.
I've been thinking lately quite much about future and what kind of role rural areas have in the future, and what kind of future we people in the countryside or rural areas want to have, and how we can get there. And for those, I think we should really look into those trends and weak signals we get, and have a courage to do new ways things we have done.
What trends are you talking about?
Well, actually, we have one researcher in our area in Vesanto. He has done really great work for the rural future, and he has done these trend cards, rural trends and weak signals, and they are really great, innovative way of thinking what kind of future rural areas in Finland might have. I can share. Yes.
That's what I wanted to ask, Leipri.
I mean, the discussion now shows again. I mean, how long have you been in the project now, in the Smart Village? When did Smart Rural 21
The first
start?
one started beginning of 2020.
Yeah, so I mean, it's quite a long time, but we're still in the process of this question: what is smart? What is a smart village? And I think we don't kind of get out of that. Because I think it's not an appropriate question. It's more the question: what do smart villages do? It's more the processes that we should describe, and because the definition doesn't help us so much. It's just a kind of a longer sentence but that doesn't show us how to become smart, and that's something that all points towards. It's this kind of support, this process support. It's the capacity building. I think that adds value, and that's what is important, and that's and via doing and acting, like Pavel said, it's about action. Then I think it emerges, the added value emerges, and we should kind of concentrate or focus our energy in explaining this processes a bit better, helping people to implement it, and then it's getting clearer and clearer. And I think some space will remain unclear, and that's fine for development, I think.
Thanks a lot, Michael. These were very great ending words, so I won't add anything to that. Thanks a lot to Jana, Pavel, Peter, and Michael. Big applause, please, to our very professional panel. And thanks for reporting back to Hans Soloff, Katrina, and Michael again. And we've got 2 more sessions for the day. I know it's been a busy day. One of them is a bit more presentations, and then we wait for your questions and answers on that. And the last session will be more about interaction again. So the way it goes, we want to have a focus now in the next session on our knowledge cluster, which is partly the focus of this meeting. Both of these sessions are really about local community approaches. The first session will now focus on the renewable energy community, and we will hear 2 presentations, one's from Stanz, the Stanz energy community, and then Hans Soloff, who is our expert, will help to present one of the other lighthouse examples, Haraldsbeck, in Sweden. He will present that approach. So these are 2 cluster members that we used as lighthouses, and hope it will be inspiration for you. Please try to note down your questions during the presentation, because I will give the floor to you after that. And then we will have another session which will be more interactive. We will hear from some communities here, or some different representatives on stakeholder engagement, and then we will sit around tables and discuss that. But let's come to that a bit later after the coffee break. So now I want to pass the floor. Is it Rainer, right? Fritz. I can see like Smart Rural in the middle, like a small cloud hidden in the picture. Very artistic.
I will give you a short introduction in our little world where we are living. Stanz is a very small village in Styria. We have about more or less 1,800 citizens. We have a lot of forests. I like forests. You know. And we have a rural village and we are part of an industrial region. So people are living in our village and working 10 kilometers away in the steel industry. That makes a big difference to the normal rural villages. And we are between Graz and Vienna. So we have 1 hour to Vienna, more or less, and we have 45 minutes to Graz. So we are very close to 2 big centers in Styria. That influences a lot what's going on. We are working on a very basic level. I'm a mayor and it doesn't make a difference to me which name the child has. The main thing is that it will help us to solve problems on our basic level. We are a citizen list, so we are a grassroots, more or less, grassroots party. And when we started to get engaged in this communal politics, it was more or less a conflict, because the Styrian government wants to join our village with others. And we don't want that, because the critical mass of elements you need to run a village, we already have that. So we get into conflict and we won the election. We stayed alone, so we didn't get matched. And the question is, when people was very, very happy. It was the 3rd of October of 2014, where the Styrian governor called me and said, okay, we leave you alone. And that's the day of independence in Stans now. Yeah? So when you come to Stans on the 3rd of October, everyone is happy. So, but the question is, we are changing our role from the criticizing role to the managing role. And I can say to you, it's a big difference. Because I got the mayor, and now I was responsible. We have a budget about 4 million euros a year. And the question is what to do. Criticizing is very easy. To solve problems is a little bit other question. So the main question was, what should we do? And the first idea was, it's not about the mayor, it's not about the members of the government, it's all about the people. So we invited all the people in Stans to get engaged. We started a participation process. And Rainer was the sociologist. He's born in Stans. And I asked him, how many people do we need to convince all the 1,800? And he said, 40. So I learned they don't think in heads, they are thinking in cohorts. I didn't know what that is, but it worked. So we tried to convince 40 people, please help us, tell us your ideas, what is the future of Stans? And it worked. Next election, we won 2 mandates. Now we have about 80 to 100 people who are engaged. So I have learned it's not necessary to convince everyone. It's important to convince these people who try to spend their leisure time to work for the community, for the other people. And can you add something about all this stuff with the people?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So thanks, Fritz. As you mentioned, I'm a sociologist, so now we are coming from the trees to the people, and maybe we can talk about the importance of diversity. In 2016, we started this participation process. It was funded, as Gerhard mentioned before, by this local Agenda 21. And so my approach in participation processes is that it's very important not just go to rooms, to town halls, and to discuss on issues. I mean, this is for sure, it's a good starting point, but not just writing down on the flip chart and then producing a report and then give it to mayor. So it's more on activating the people and how to enroll in movement in a village. And so this is so much important, I think. So we started to fund or implement working groups. And these working groups have been working on small ideas that they can implement into the village that have a little impact, but these are quick wins, so everybody has the feeling he can really contribute to the development of the village. And when you work on small ideas or small concepts, so different people are coming with different skills they can bring into such a participation process. So we see here the working group of living quality or energy and mobility or leisure time, and they made different small interventions. For instance, the swap shop. So they opened the shop in a vacant store where you can bring stuff. You know, we all have stuff at home, clothes or fitness tools. They're in the cellar we don't use, so you can bring there. Other people can take them for free and bring them home. Or a bench where you can sit on, and these symbols you want to have a ride. So you want to have a car and make a ride share. It's an analog carpooling station, for instance. Or the working group on the swimming lake. So they made action weeks where they developed this lake, this area. It's a very important leisure area in Stans, and really to attract it on different weekends and really spend time and work and force into it to make it very attractive again. And this was a starting point to start the movement with small projects, but also to go on with bigger projects.
Quick wins was very important because people like young children, they can't wait. So, and to get independent opens us a window of opportunity. Everyone was focused on what's going on now, because we had a real tough fight, and everything was assuming what's going on now. And the strange thing, the village center was one point they mentioned that's very important for us. Living together, young people and old people. You see there is animation on the left side, and this is what it is now. You will see tomorrow. There are 8 flats for elderly people and 6 flats for young people. And in between, there is a lawn where they can talk together. And they, elderly people has different experience than young people, as you know. And everyone they can learn from each other, and it works very well. And this is a combination. On the basic level, there is a new grocery store. You can see it tomorrow. It's a very modern concept. It's a store without, it's not linked to the big companies. It was really a fight to get this contract. Nobody which has experience in life does sign a contract of the Rewe Group or of the big ones, because you are fixed to a very strong, rigid cage, more or less. We've done this in 2 years. We have made participation process. People are working active. Is this the right color? Is this the right approach? Is this the right type of new grocery store? And so on. And we did it in 2 years. We have good support from the regional government. So this was the first thing, the first big project, and the people realized, okay, they do what they say. So that's very important. This is the zone. We can see it maybe tomorrow. We used a lot of wood, not because I'm forest, but but people like that, because the older people have in their mind 100% of our houses were made of wood. 100%. And in the 1960s and the 1970s, they destroyed it and make houses made of bricks. So that's old tradition. The question is, when you have quick wins and when you have things like living homes for old and young people, what is the strategic goal that is important for a village like us? And we discussed a lot. The first thing was we should use our own wood. So we should use residual wood. And we have about 800 households in our village, and we can use residual wood for about 1,600 households. And we don't lose one meter of wood. So we can use it, and we try to convince a farmer to invest his money. This is now in work, and we have done it in 2019, and every natural gas was completely wiped out. It's 100% a central heating system, and 100% of our heating we need comes out of residual wood. We have a research project with the Austrian Research Authority. They give us 750,000 euros to think about how can we make sector coupling and to couple electricity and heat, and how can we divide them over the day. So now we have 3 years gone, and analyzing the data we got have practical outcomes. Trixie's a grocery, she needs about 3,000 euro a month for electricity. And just analyzing the data saves us 1,000 euro. So that's a practical outcome. Trixie is a big fan of our research project because it saves her 12,000 euro a year. The same situation is on the biomass plant. The farmers were convinced about themselves that they know everything about their plant, but the data were different. So they save a lot of money. So that's practical outcome for our research. And we want to have as a main goal to get more independent, to get more resilient to all these things which are coming from outside. Nobody on 2019 was discussing about the energy crisis. But energy was one main factor the people want to have cleared. So what is our strategy? These are some outcomes. This is our village center, and the green ones are the good ones. That's the situation now. And this was the situation 2019. So we saved a lot of carbon dioxide, we saved a lot of energy, and this is a practical outcome for everyone who has to pay his bill in terms of electricity and heat. So that's the way we try to convince people about that's the right way to do it.
Thanks. So one element, so there's a big technical element in this research program, but there's also a social innovation element in this program. And we started in 2020 thinking about what could be a rural pioneer community within the area of energy. And so at this time there was clear that the clean energy package the EU Act, had to be implemented into national law. And so we have been ready to preparing, thinking about what could social innovation mean in this context. So it was implemented in the year 2021. As we heard, it's the so-called in Austrian Erneuerbare Ausbaugesetz, Renewable Expansion Act. And one main issue within this national law, new national law, is that we really can install renewable energy communities in Austria. So say it simple, that we can really peer-to-peer trade electricity with the neighbor, sell it, store it, and without autonomous of the electricity provider. So we can use the net and share it. So this was a big point when also in 2020 we had the possibility to get into the Smart Rural project and program, and we really became a European view, really became inputs on the European level and made research with Pavlos, in this case of, what is it called? Pavlos from a network, European network, Ecolis, thank you very much, and then formulated this in our strategy. So a few slides, I think we should hurry on. So we had a first meeting in the end of 2021, and it was really surprising because 70 people had been coming to the first information event in Stanz, where we informed about the idea of funding an renewable energy community. And so then we funded it the beginning of 2022, and we really have 65 households as members. When we think that we have 700 households in Stand, so it's about 10% that are funding members of the renewable energy community. We have around 300 kilowatt peak photovoltaic decentralized on the roofs of the members. So the half are prosumers, the half are consumers. It's very important. So there's the interest of private investment of a small hydropower plant with 80 kilowatt peak. So this is very interesting because of the shifts. You have very constant electricity production with hydropower, of course, private investment in large photovoltaic fields, and also this biomass to combine, as Fritz said, power to heat as issue. So about the obstacles, we can discuss tomorrow more. So it's not that easy. We are not operating at this time because there are obstacles in Austria also. The law is, very good, but reality is, we have to somehow be creative with it and waiting till we go and start the operation to share electricity. But we asked last year in fall the members, so what is your motivation to participate in the renewable energy community? And this was really surprising because we thought, in the first or the most important motivation factors would be I can save money, especially in this time with high energy prices. But as people told us in this questionnaire, so the most important motivation factor is to strengthen Stanz together, to develop the village of Stanz also in this energy issue. The second most important was to consume locally produced energy, and the third most important was to become more autonomous and making autonomous decisions and become more independent from big companies, electricity companies, and of course the global electricity market. And then we're doing quite interesting and we're doing interesting things, and this will tell tomorrow how we make beer out of sunshine, so no spoiler for tomorrow. Thank you. And
I keep it short, thank you. No, this is a very interesting thing. We had a press conference today. Every kilowatt we produce gets 1 token. And 1 token we try to install it, is a local currency. Because when you have a PV on your roof, and you have 10 kilowatt peak, it's about 30 to 50% from the amount you need for yourself. The other one can you maybe sell to the neighbor. But the problem is when the neighbor doesn't need energy, maybe next one. So the other energy you had to give back to your grid operator. You had to give it more or less for free. So you invest your own money. You pay about 20 euro cent, 30 euro cent for 1 kilowatt, and you had to give it back for 6. So there is 14, 24 cent between. So we want to have as much as possible from this 14 cent. And the solution is maybe the token system. So 1 kilowatt is 1 token, and when you don't able to sell your electricity and nobody needs it, it goes to your phone, to your wallet, and you can use this kilowatt wallet to buy in Trixie's shop a beer. And today at the press conference we had activated our first wallet. We have a technical thing, it's called Trusted Gateway, where you put into your delivery, and all the technical stuff, Kai Sievert tomorrow gives you a workshop. He can answer every question you have maybe. He's a very experienced expert, and it's quite an interesting system because this is a bottom-up approach and have good impact to your local business. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to Fritz and Rainer. And I straight pass it on to Hans-Olaf. And then we can have a bit of questions and answers.
Okay. Well, it's not easy to come after this. But we should start from the beginning, I think. There we are. I'm going to talk about the village of Häradsbäck. I don't live in Häradsbäck. I live 800 kilometers north of Häradsbäck. But Mette Adolfsson, who is the project manager and kind of the promoter in Häradsbäck, she couldn't make it to come here. She had a long decided appointment with a large group of visitors coming today. So I have promised to try to represent Häradsbäck. And it is about a resilient local energy system with solar panels and storing the energy in hydrogen. And it is also about a crisis organization. But first, Häradsbäck is in the south of Sweden. And it is a part of a parish called Härlunda, 450 inhabitants, and the village, which is center of that parish, has about 160 inhabitants. You know the company IKEA, I presume. It was born in Älmhult, the municipality, and it still has a large office there. So it's a big employer in the region. It's some 15-20 kilometers from Häradsbäck. And as we realized from Stans, development often starts with a threat or 2 or 3 threats. Then you can motivate people to act. And I'm going to tell a little bit about the background and the history. 1980, the municipality said the fire brigade has to stop. We cannot afford to have it in Häradsbäck. Then they formed the village association to fight for having still a fire brigade. And the solution was, okay, the fire brigade can stay, but it is a voluntary fire brigade. but the equipment and so on stayed in Häradsbäck. So they felt, well, we won. Then 1990, 10 years after, the postal services, they said, you don't need a unique postal code, the zip code for Häradsbäck. You can be Älmhult. And of course, the villagers said, no, this is our identity. Häradsbäck is Häradsbäck, it's not Älmhult. And they fought and won. They still have a unique postal code. Then 2002 and 2007 and 2012, there were first the local shop went bankrupt. And threatening to be without a shop, the village association said, we're going to buy it. We'll buy the premises. We will run the shop. We don't have any experience of that, but anyway, we want a shop. So they did. Then the school closed down. It's still closed, so they don't have a primary school there. Then the elderly home was sold, and it was closed and sold to a private entity. But eventually, the village association bought the houses. Now they have 16 apartments to rent to elderly people who want to stay in the village even when they are old. Then 2005, a big storm called Gudrun hit that area. And actually it left Häradsbäck without electricity for 30 days. I don't understand how it's possible, but that's what they told me. And for the first week or so, they couldn't rely on the municipality coming to clear the roads or attend the old people in isolated houses. They had to rely on themselves. Who are the neighbors with a tractor that can help us to clear the road? Who are the ones with chainsaw and can handle that? And who knows about the people in that small cottage, you know? Are they well? Can someone go and visit them? So they had to rely on themselves. And that was an eye-opener for what happens in our society if there is a crisis. And from 2007 to 2014, they struggled hard to get fast internet connection, broadband via fiber. And they succeeded. 2014, all the households in the parish have fiber. And that was a blessing during the pandemic, because then lots of people, they were able to work from home. So they have been fighting quite a lot. And of course, running business with the shop, with tourism things that I have not talked about that. They have developed some tourism activities as well. And the shop, they have developed it with a restaurant and with a library and so on. And with the elderly home, they are renting out the flats. You cannot run business earning profits with an association. So then they formed a private limited company. And SVB, it is not Silicon Valley Bank. It is an abbreviation for limitations of use of profits. So the owner is the village association. And the board contains there are 10 different associations: fishing association, farmers association, cultural heritage association in the parish. And they are the board and the owners. So all the inhabitants in that way are represented. So all these kinds of projects, they have, as we have said before, they have found funding from many different sources: national, EU funding, private, and it amounts to about 3 million euro now since 1980. But it's not, as you said, it doesn't matter the name of the program, the name of the funding, as long as it helps us. So lessons learned. Well, we can make a change in a village if we work together. And there are lots of things and challenges we can solve if we pool our resources together. And of course, crisis will come. A new storm will come eventually. We have to be prepared. And then a centralized system is not, well, it's a little bit more vulnerable many times. Local systems are often more resilient. So in towns and cities, the public authorities then can provide the first responders. They can provide help directly. But in rural areas, we have to rely on ourselves. We are the first responders. So then, to be prepared, we also need to produce our energy and store it so we can have it if the grid fails. So then, 2022, a new project started. It's a socio-technical project aiming at building a resilient rural society and contribute to the transition, the green transition. It can be a model for rural areas that is complementary to the public authority organization. It consists of a local resource group, LRG, to meet the challenges when there is a crisis, and it contains also this local energy production. So the three parts are green transition, local economy, and prepared for crisis. The green transition is solar panel electricity converted into hydrogen, and running a refuel station, but also having energy when there is an electricity blackout. And also producing heat, so we can heat a greenhouse and have aquaculture. The crisis organization, this local resource group, LRG, provides service, information, a security point, and energy supply. And this is strengthening the local economy and giving a higher level of self-sufficiency. And now comes the real interesting picture. Yeah, I was expecting that. I cannot say I can explain, but I can try. There is a pointer here, isn't it? No, it's not working. Well, it starts here in the upper left corner with the solar panels. Two lots of 4 hectare areas, 2 areas of 4 hectare each, will be covered with the solar voltaic panels. It is 2 old sawmills, so it's not agricultural land, it's old sawmills. They will produce electricity for the grid, but also store some in the battery so they can sell electricity at a higher price if it's so. But much of the energy goes to an electrolyzer that is splitting water into oxygen and hydrogen. Oxygen can be used in the aquaculture, and it can be used in other ways, but most of, and the hydrogen then goes to a buffer and to a compressor, so you can store it for a long time storage, but also to another smaller storage, and you can use it to here, to a refuel station, selling hydrogen to lorries and so in the future. And these compressors and the electrolyzer produces also a lot of heat. That can be used for heating the aquaculture. It can be used to heat the houses. And when you take out from the hydrogen and convert it back to electricity via the fuel cell, you also produce heat. And then you deliver to the community the electricity. That is basically the system they are working with. It doesn't exist yet fully. It has been working now for 6, 7, 8 months or something like that since it started. So they are in the prototype phase now to be able to search for much funding for the big investment. So 2025, 2026, it will be fully operating. Yeah. I made a rush, but I'm thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Hans-Olof and Fritz and Rainer. So here is the time before coffee break to ask questions. I think it's been very, very inspiring, both presentations. So any questions from you? Yeah. First I go to Peter and then to...
Yeah, I have a question for Hans-Olof. In Sweden, there's an interesting concept called lokal ekonomisk analys, local economy analysis, which actually tries to map what goes in and out of local economies and very small local economies. So what is the money flow and so on? I was just wondering, is this part of your concept? Do you work with this kind of idea? They've made it. What was the outcome of the local economy? You don't know? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Back to square one.
We can ask them. I mean, we can collect these questions and get back to you. No. Yeah, absolutely. Fritz.
My question is, when the whole hydro system is running, what's the amount, the investment you need? It's pretty much money.
Okay, any other questions?
The same question is really I'm thinking about the economic sustainability. It seems that it's extremely expensive and rather small group of users in the future. So simply this solution seems to me is extremely expensive.
I don't know how to react to that, Hans-Olof. It sounds expensive indeed. But it's an interesting question, I think, the sustainability, or when it will have a return, if at all, of course, or just, yeah. And do you know the funding source?
They are investing all kinds of funding sources. So, of course, national funding. There are, what do you call it? Foundation. Well, there are different national funding sources, and of course, also they are thinking of some private loans, bank loans, and they are thinking of EU money in different projects. So they can split this in different parts and get funding. So the National Agency for Innovation, they have invested now in this kind of pre-phase of the project. So they have received, let me see now, 150,000 euro from that as a start. And there is a new call from that agency that can cover some parts of the future. So they are looking broad for the funding.
Thank you, Hans-Olof. Any other questions on the presentations? Of course, Stans, we'll see a lot tomorrow, or many of you. Anyone?
So I think, and I was really wondering when we first time talked about the parallel issues on Harzbeck and Stans about the fight on their own identity. And so this factor, it seems to be interesting. I mean, this is not evidence that it's everywhere like this, but this is a parallelity between these two villages. And so I think identity is a quite important issue on this intrinsic development of a village, when you really try to motivate people to go a path together or to go the way together, to have a vision, where do we want to be in, for instance, 10 years, and what can different people bring in this, their own knowledge and their own skills on this way on development. Just a thought on this.
Yes, absolutely. I see many parallel trends between from the shop to keeping the shop and many other things to fight for locally, I guess. Yeah.
Well, for us as a small community, we are always short on money. So the problem is we have a lot of things where we are think, oh, that would be nice to have. But my experience is, and we talked a lot about that with Adina, I think people are only innovative when they are a little bit under pressure, when they have a real need to solve. So that's to prioritize our wishes. I think that's a nice method to do it. So because I have to watch every €100 in my small world. And that's we only try to support the must-haves because we don't have money for the other ones.
Yes, thanks. Anyone else? Or you feel it's time for coffee? When I look around the room, it really feels like time for coffee. And oxygen. Energy we need now. Okay. So let's finish this session. Thanks a lot. Okay, so coffee break until 4:30. Okay, so you have quite a bit of time, and then we jump into the final session, which will be about discussion. We will have a few interventions on community engagement from different people, and then we have discussions around the tables. So enjoy your coffee. Come back refreshed. We need your energy. this process in the smart villages or any kind of development process. So this seems to be that many communities are struggling with. So we wanted to identify among you the participants examples of how to engage community. It won't be like full presentations, but rather teasers. So I would like to ask each presenter to keep it relatively short, because we then would like to ask you to sit at each one of you at one table so that we allow discussion. So the way it will go, we will have some short, up to 5 minutes, let's say, presentations, and then we might have, yeah, I know that, I'm telling it because of you. All the others, I said 3-4 minutes, but looking at you, Philip, I don't dare to say that. You've got 5 minutes.
He got 5 minutes.
You've got.
I got 2.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't dare to say that, but kind of, yeah. And then the idea is that probably, depending how long the presentations will take, we will have time for 2 rounds. So when you listen to the presentation, think like who you would like to discuss further with. Then you sit with that person around the tables or where you find place, because sometimes, I mean, of course, all of them are very interesting presentations. And then we will ring a bell or knock the window, or I don't know, to give a sound to move to the next table after some 20 minutes. Yeah, and we will see if we have time for 2 rounds or 3 rounds, how it goes. So when you listen, think like which table you would like to go to after that. So Peter, your 2 minutes starts now.
Which I now 5 minutes. Thank you. I want to talk about bottom-up approaches, but I do want to talk about something else as well. And the examples are from my home village. I don't live in the village, of course. I live in the countryside, which is different from the village. I'm far out in the countryside. But the bottom-up approach has, of course, concrete examples, and I'm sure that you're familiar with this. How do you run the co-op? Well, the co-op has 3 people who are on the list of wages. They get paid to be there. And we have 2 people working full-time on a voluntary basis. I'm sure that you have that as well where you come from. But I wanted to say that if we only work on a bottom-up approach, so that we think that everything grows from underneath and upwards, perhaps we should see that there are also other directions in this. And I wanted to just take one brief example, which is illustrated by this lovely resourceful family, one of the many families that actually moved to our area. So we have an influx of quite a few newcomers. In fact, so much that we're one of 3 warm zones in Denmark, which means a rural area with growing population. And that is so interesting that it has become a major point of research. And that's what I'm going to talk about here. So that what I'm trying to say is we need to, if you like, supplement our bottom-up approaches with some kind of more structured knowledge. Why is this happening? Not just, it is happening, because in 3 different places in Denmark, there are small villages that actually grow. Why is this happening? And we've been part of a research project which has, taken a few examples of these 3 villages in Denmark. And they came up with an interesting concept, which was, oh yes, there's a lot of connectivity. Yes, there are resourceful people moving in. Yes, it looks as if, the basic structures are in place. There's a railway, there's a bus, that kind of thing. And then they came up with an extra one, which they didn't know what to do with. And they called it the X factor. A village X factor, which was a really interesting concept, because it meant, for instance, it meant many different things, but it meant some kind of open-mindedness. It meant a nice approach to newcomers. Oh, you're very welcome. For instance, we have a little tool bank over here with, scaffolding and concrete mixers. Would that be helpful? Yes, it's very helpful if you're a newcomer and renovating a home. And also the big trailer. There's an open attitude towards new ideas. It's not difficult to introduce something new. Oh, we want to sell second-hand books in our little town, a book town. Very nice idea. How do we start that? That kind of attitude. And that was what they named the X factor, and that came out of the research. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, there is the bottom-up approach, engaging people, that kind of thing, but there's also the overall knowledge and the, if you like, overspill or the communication effect of this. Because being part of a research project, and we're members of, I think, at least 4 or 5 different research projects. And I'm looking at Samsø when I'm saying this, because you're doing the same, also lots of research projects in your island. And it's interesting to see that those particular areas where there is some kind of structured knowledge about it are also the ones that get picked for further projects. They get lots of publicity, they get further funding and so on. There's this, if you like, add-on effect, which is not just the bottom-up approach, but also the more structured, if you like, research-based knowledge, the analysis. So I wanted to just point to that. I'm sure there's a lot of that going on. But when I look at this in my own country, it's particular small dots. It's particular villages with people who act in this way and perhaps are interested in research themselves and see the value of research and also of research and development together. So that was my little first input here. Yes, bottom-up approach, but also something else. Doesn't it look lovely there? This is my lovely little market. This is, of course, eating together. This is the local co-op. This one is one of my favorites, the repair cafe. It means your hair dryer broke down, but why would you throw that out when you can just repair it? Oh, there are some old guys there, and they would like to help you doing that. It's part of a national network. We've done that for years. This one over here is an illustration of crowdfunding. It's the local bakery, the local restaurant, and the local food store together in one building, which we funded together, all of us. And we do a lot of this co-funding together. I'm the chairman of the local development fund, which we formed a few years ago. So in my discussion group, whatever it's called, round table? Yes, round table. Yeah, coffee table. I'll be trying to introduce the idea of an organization taxonomy. The idea that we don't have to organize different activities in actually the same way. There are different levels of this. A taxonomy are different levels. And one could be, oh, where are we? You're taking over my 2 minutes? There's one level which is the spontaneous one. We get together and we dig out for the swimming pool, whatever, that sort of thing. We get together, we form an association. There's the chairman, there's the, oh, we don't want all the, all that kind of thing. That goes on. And we have lots of those. In my little village, we have about 20 of those. But sometimes you need to look after the money a bit more, and you need to have some kind of waterproof construction here. There we go. Thank you, Paul. We need to have some kind of waterproof economic construct behind it. And in the Danish case, probably also with you, you need a fund or something like that, which has, a legal framework around it so that people can't just run away with the money. And I'm the local chairman of our local developmental fund. So we buy land, an old farm, we sell the building plots, that sort of thing. So we generate a local income so that we, Hans, Olaf, have a local economic flow in local economic analysis. Yes, we talked about that earlier, didn't we? Yeah, so that we're aware that we're creating money-wise also some values, and they stay in the local area, and we don't give them away to what's called a developer. I hate the word developer, but never mind. We're the local developers, and the money stays locally. That is what the fund is about. So I wanted to discuss with you, how do you actually organize your activities? That's my basic point here. And finally, because my minutes are up, I'd like to discuss with you how we organize voluntary work. And I'll try to introduce the idea of work packages. I'm sure that you do something likewise. The idea of having something which is manageable. We want you to work with this particular thing. Could you do that in 5 months, have 4 meetings and come up with a report afterwards or an activity, so that we don't say voluntary work is forever and it goes on and on and on. And you'll end up, 1 foot in the grave and that's it, because it takes forever. Make it manageable. That's what work packages are about. So that's what I hope we're going to discuss there. And I think my 2.5 minutes are up.
Okay, so Peter will be sitting at that table, at that round table. So if you'd like to discuss with him afterwards, you sit there. And next one up is Philip Donner from Finland. Oh, sorry.
I feel myself a little bit humble because Peter said so many good things that I feel myself a little bit exhausted. One of them was when he said that I'm not sure that ordinary people need training in being smart. I think we should think the other way around. I think we have so much to learn from them. Okay, everybody here knows what bottom-up processes are about, so there's no need to speak about it, but perhaps something about collaboration. We in Finland, collaboration is a tradition. We have Talko, which is a collaborative work where the community can achieve goals which exceeds the power of the individual and the family. It's something bigger. It's voluntary work which doesn't go on forever, as Peter said. But watch out, even in our highly collaborative environment, this isn't universal. There are small villages, roads, private roads where people come together and they say, well, Talko, that's nothing more than a piece of money. And that's a reality. And also in Finland, there are so many regions where this sense of doing voluntary work doesn't exist at all. So you can't count on that. And but think of that in a more general way. Some researchers, I'm thinking about Jeremy Rifkin, for instance, he's saying that collaboration is going to increase in the future because automation is going to free people from the routines. And that's something we could think about. Okay, so I was told just to emphasize 3 or 4 things. This is the first one. The first thing is start small. That's something very important. In our region, there are municipalities which are building windmill parks of 70 windmills, and they didn't have any idea about windmill construction before that. Now, what's the reason behind that kind of an activity? Yes, the reason is that these windmills, they are constructed by foreign companies. They aren't constructed by us. But if we are constructing them ourselves, then our undertaking could focus on one single windmill part. We could learn all the basic concepts around it and even maybe something about potential problems in this kind of an undertaking. So in that sense, the rural pilot resembles something of like peeping into a keyhole. With very minimal risks, we can get a chance to see the whole structure. Hopefully also understand these problems, as I said. There's an importance of emphasizing the need to read, listen, and write. Here I come back to this thought that Peter was presenting. You have to study the basics before you start building fiber networks. I spent, at least you should have a couple of people who should know about that. You don't have to know everything about it yourself. You can turn to peer networks. We have a Swedish-speaking minority, and there happens to be 3 of them here in this room. And I discovered that in this minority, some of the best experts in various aspects of fiber network constructions are available. And they were very generous. It was no question of money. We shared our knowledge between ourselves. It was an advantage which made everyone very strong. So then in the local communities, it's a matter of raising the confidence in local skills and knowledge as a resource in this collaborative community. there are often quite surprisingly big assets in the local community. You can see in these slides a number of them. I'm showing some machines like these earthwork equipment, but it's also ingenuity of an innovation of the actors themselves, their tools, their professional competence. It's rather surprising to find a pensioned network planner in a village, but nobody cared about that person, and nobody even asked about it. So it's a matter of learning, as I said. Then I have another concept that we speak about, and that has to do with what Peter was saying about villages as becoming a stumbling block if we make it too strong. We have to be capable of zooming into the societies and zooming out. Why is that so important? Yes, we discovered it the hard way. In most villages where we operated, we achieved some close to 70 or 80% of penetration. In certain roads and certain communities, we had 0%. And we asked ourselves, why? Why is that? And a lady in the steering group of this project, she made an innovation. It was the coffee party where the neighborhood was being invited. She was good at cake making. that was a big asset in this undertaking, and people liked her buns, and they started discussing the whole matter, and the thing was starting in the way that was the subject given to me in for this presentation in a bottom-up manner, and that was what happened. And it was discovering that the neighborhoods, that is the village road, not the whole village. Village meetings are very useful, but unfortunately, it's only 60 to 70% of the most active people who come to those meetings, and we should have 100%. It is nothing else is good for us when we live some 2.5 kilometers from one another. The last thing is has the heading "Don't push." There's a Finnish saying, "Don't try to push with a rope," and if you start doing such things as forcing people to build village networks, you are going to run into horrible difficulties. And if you antagonize people, well, that's really the very last thing. You won't be able to do anything in that particular environment after that. Think of your opponent as your best friend. That's the one who is coming with the good arguments why we aren't going to do that. Make that a building block in your own smart strategy. I'm going to finish with a small quotation from the writer Henry David Thoreau. The key to happiness is not to look for it. It's like a colorful butterfly. The more you chase it, the more it will elude you. But if you turn your attention to other things, it will come and sit softly on your shoulder. Thank you.
Many thanks. Thanks a lot, Philip. Okay, so Philip will be sitting at that table. So if you'd like to discuss with him further the ideas, how they've done all these actions and engaged community members, then you can join him there. Okay, very good. We are back to Stanz with Rainer.
So thank you. I can take it short because you already saw the example of Stanz. Sorry. Wrong computer. Thank you. So I will pick up the notion that was discussed in one workshop on social innovation. And one of our main theses in Stanz is that we have many technical innovations in the field of, for instance, climate and energy transition. And it is needed somehow to pick up this technical innovation and to transform it or to combine it with social innovation to increase the acceptance of these technologies and also to find acceptable or good ways to bring these technologies in applications, and therefore we think social innovation is needed for it. So the main thesis is that social innovation really can help to improve society's ability to respond to change by fostering an open, collaborative and resilient culture. So I want to discuss examples on social innovation in the context of communal energy transition. What can it be? We heard about renewable energy communities. It is a social innovation because we use existing technologies to adopt this organizational idea. Or for instance, smart grids. It's the idea for an intelligent optimization of consumption patterns. So it's about energy efficiency and savings. Also to use digital technologies. Then for instance, the idea on solidarity-based energy communities. So to fight energy poverty, to support households that are poor on energy. Or for instance, what we mentioned before in Stanz, the establishment on energy-based local currencies. So these are all ideas on social innovation. So last slide, how can a process of social innovation can be? We start with the engagement of the people, go into a co-creation process, create ideas on to do what we want to do and how we want to do it, then go in a piloting phase. This is, for instance, now the phase we Stanz on the E-token, on the energy token idea. Then when you successfully finish the piloting phase, to scale it up, to diffuse it, and then very important to evaluate it and to learn and bring it back into the cycle of social innovation. So this I want to discuss on the table, and looking forward to do it with you. Thanks.
Many thanks. Okay, Ilvia is already here. The floor is yours.
Good morning. No, I will try to be short so you don't fall asleep. So my name is Ilvi Ašmane, and I'm from Latvia, and today I represent one village, Erberģe village, and also a local action group, Aizkraukle District Partnership. Very shortly, there's a map where you can see where is our territory placed, some general data, and we are one of the largest local action groups in Latvia. And what we did, at 2018, 3 local action groups in Latvia, in Sēlija. Sēlija is the historical region of Latvia. We come together and we decide, okay, let's make cooperation project. Territory is totally rural. Territory is very little populated. No, it's like nowhere. So what we did during the project, we made 17 islands. Of course, we don't have real islands in Latvia, but in this case, one island is one village, one rural territory. And what we did in this each small village, we tried to find one unique thing, what is found only in this village. and we made tourism offer. There is a result of this project. There are 17 tourism offers. I have some pieces, so if you want, you can take a look or take with you. It's in Latvian, Lithuanian, because you see that we have Lithuanian border, so a lot of Lithuanian tourists are coming, and also in English. What we did, and after this project, the best thing actually from this project is that it still lives, it's continuing, because after project there was made a community cooperation network. It's real, it's very strong. What they do, they continue with several projects, and they support. This network are some, I don't know, 5 key persons, and they very support local, small villages. Its network name is Solonian Islands. And last week I was calling to one member, and I was asking, how many villages, how many islands do you have? Because they continue to develop. And she said, oh, for now, around 40 islands. And I was like shocked, because you imagine in so small piece of Latvia, there are around 40 very strong, active villages. That's shortly all. There are some pictures from this brochure. In each island, during the project, we made event to present their offer, and so on. So if you want to know more how we found the leader, how we manage, how we found the unique thing, then come to join to my workshop. It's a small advertisement.
Many thanks, Sylvia. Okay, next up is Ivona Prar, who is representing SAMSO community.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ivona Prar, and I'm representing SAMSO and SAMSO Energy Academy. So first, a little background information. SAMSO is a small island in the central Denmark. It has a bit less than 4,000 inhabitants, and in 1997, it was decided that SAMSO will become a carbon neutral island within 10 years, which started as a very bottom-up, very top-down project. But to do it, they needed the citizens to come abroad, and they did end up having high citizen participation. And they did that by asking the question, like, what's in it for me, or what's in it for the citizen? This is what we touched upon in our workshop before lunch, where we were talking about more about young people and what's in it for them, but it's actually what's in it for everyone. Everyone needs some interest and needs something to push them to do some changes and invest. So we looked into what local farmers can get out of it, what craftsmen can get out of it. 130 new workplaces were created, so a lot of people benefited from it, and more than 50 million euros was invested in a district heating project and wind turbine project, all from local citizens. And that also brought a sense of ownership to people. So that was 20 years ago. But now we keep doing this citizen engagement by organizing different events, one of which is Folkedup Festival, where we have this neutral ground for different stakeholders like citizens, again, like farmers, craftsmen, but also experts and politicians. So it is democratic festival with conversations on mainly sustainability, but also other topics too. So if you want to hear more about citizen engagement, feel free to come to my table.
Thanks a lot, Ivona. I think we should pick a table for you, maybe in the back, Ivona, at that one, because I think I don't see any speakers there yet. Okay, and let's come to our last presenter, Sabina. I don't know. Yeah, here she comes from the Styrian part.
Thank you. Yes, Sabina from the Styrian government. Thank you that I may participate here today because it's a really interesting conference. I have a feeling I have learned something, and each day that I can learn something is a good day. We will talk today about participation on, I think the last table will probably be this one right here in the front. This one, okay. And I thought before I tell you what we do to entice participation, I should maybe say what we understand under this word, because for us, this is not informing people. This is not even getting feedback from the people, but this is much more. This is active engaging of citizens, of inhabitants, enabling them to take the matter into their own hands, to actively participate, to decide, to be included in the processes that are running, and to have a real possibility to create their own environment, their own living conditions, their own destiny. How do we do it? Similar to my predecessor, you know what I mean? I have 4 main instruments or things that I have tried to bring up. The first one is more or less a lucky chance. This is the structure that we have in Styria. You have been, I think, already discussing this a little bit in the morning. We are a federal state, and Austria is a federal state, and we are one of these federal states, the Styria. We have 7 regions. We have 286 municipalities, and a third of the people lives in the city of Graz, of a bit more than 1 million, meaning the municipalities are quite small. We had an example before. I'm sure you know each of your citizens living here in your instance, and it's a similar situation in other villages, in other cities as well. And social structures are still quite alive. We have a lot of associations. Almost every person is active in at least in 2 or 3 associations. We have a lot of voluntary work, so the networks are existing. The other things, yes, are not really by chance. There are sometimes happening, and sometimes they need a lot of work. Like the second one, the history. In Styria, we have lived this participation, bottom-up approach for many years now. I remember when I started work here 30 years ago, we have already had instruments enabling us to support processes of bottom-up approach. It is in such a small structured country, it is essential that you have a good coordination of different policies, strategies, visions, and instruments. And this requires a lot of work and tuning. Only if everybody knows where we want to go and agrees more or less on the way how to come there, we will manage to get there. This is what we are trying to enable with our work and with our instruments and with our funds. Then I agree with somebody said this before, you need pressure. There has to be a real need. Otherwise, if there is no need, people will not engage. Therefore, we always try to define topics where we see there is at the moment a real need. At the moment, I don't mean today, tomorrow, but in some certain period of time. Therefore, we are now concentrating on the revival of the centers, of the village, of the city centers, because we see that this is a big topic. Also, the mayor mentioned it before. People are leaving because the infrastructure is leaving. Post is leaving, supermarkets are leaving, doctors are leaving, and then also the quality of life for everybody lowers. Something has to be done. This is something that everybody understands, and it concerns everybody. Therefore, you can motivate the people to engage into the processes needed. And then you need energy. You need people who feel the need to do something, who are ready to do something, caretakers. This might be single persons, this might be networks, this might be specifically created institutions, but you need somebody who will move something. You need some results that you can show in short term to start the process that will last then a longer time. So at our coffee table, and I have seen outside there is really a coffee, we can take it. We will discuss how you do it, how we do it. We will exchange experiences and continue to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabina. Okay, so we roughly will have 2 times 15 minutes of discussion. Firstly, I'd like to ask my colleagues to sit with each of the presenters. So Ivona, Hans-Olof, if you join Ivona, please at the back, yeah. Rainer, Anita will sit, Ilvia, Katrina is there already. Peter, Emeshe, if you can sit there and take some notes. Philip will be with Kim and Michael with Sabina, okay? Now, to make it not so easy and to kind of revive the atmosphere a bit more, there will be rules. We just invented them. So the idea is that everybody stands up. Do you know the game when children are going around the table and try to quickly grab a chair, and then it's kind of a competition? So that's what we're gonna play. So everybody needs to stand up and kind of easily, cozily walk around, yeah, like pretending they are going to a table. Now, it's not allowed to pull a chair, an extra chair to the table, okay? So as many chairs there are, those are the seats that can be taken, okay? And then just keep walking in the room, wherever, whichever direction you want. If, of course, except our speakers, the speakers should reserve their seats, okay? So try to make a move towards the table, but you cannot just stop around the table. You have to keep pretending that you're moving. had a good discussion, hopefully. Oh, that's what I should have done. Thank you, Kim. Okay. I think we only have a couple of minutes left formally from this event, so I think it's time to conclude. Of course, it's very hard to conclude everything that has been said, so I won't attempt that to summarize the event and so on. But of course, we will share all the outcomes and all the presentations and short reports about all the discussions. So if you missed some of them, you can check them out also on the website in terms of the reporting. I'd just like to say, of course, a few thank yous. Firstly, thanks for the Styrian Regional Authority, the whole Stanz team, and Michael and other Austrian colleagues who supported the organization of this event. They helped us find the location and organize the different sessions, and they will continue support us still tomorrow in Stanz. Of course, the event is not over, but some of you might not be able to join. Of course, great thanks to all the speakers and panelists, all the brave speakers and panelists, the panelists who didn't even know what they will be asked, but volunteered to be on the panel. Great thanks to Paul. I think he's done a great job with the live streaming and preparing. He's been here since last day afternoon to set it up and to make it happen. So thanks to him as well. Thanks, of course, to my colleague, Katrina, Aneta, Emeshe, for supporting this whole event, and especially the national experts who've been here and supported us all day long, especially Hans-Olof, Michael, and all the others, Kim, Andrzej, and I don't know who I suddenly miss, sorry for that, but it was really great. And Janda, of course, but she's been also a speaker, so I already thanked her. Which national expert I missed, so that I don't feel guilty afterwards? Alexander, I'm sorry. Alexander, our Croatian expert. Yeah, so great thanks to all of you. We really enjoyed discussing these topics with you. Hope you also enjoyed the presentations and discussing with others. We are really hoping that we will organize similar sessions later on. And as I said, it's not yet over. Tomorrow we are visiting Stanz. Who is coming to Stanz? I think most of you do, but raise your hands. Okay, so it's quite a good number. So we will see you all, of course, tomorrow, and we can see the on the ground work. So thanks for that, and just some practical things on the dinner. It's at 7:30. Anita, I will pass it on to you, and thanks for that as well.
So the dinner is at 7:30 at the same place where we had the lunch. And regarding tomorrow, the bus is leaving in front of the hotel at 8:30 sharp. Because, no, I'm just saying this because it's important, because it's a lot of us. So if we delay with the departure, then we're gonna delay the whole program. And it's important because the bus is coming back at 4 o'clock. Leaving from Stanz. The first stop is going to be here in front of Weitzer. If it's not like this, then Rainer, correct me. And then it's going to go to the airport. So those of you who have the flight, it's important that you take everything already on the bus with you. So when you arrive to the airport, you are not without your luggage. And I think that's it from practical point of view. So see you everyone at 7:30 at the dinner.
Okay, so it's been a long day, and as you know, Anita, I think you can see that she's been doing a lot, not just here, but in preparation. Yes, and once more for tomorrow and for today, thank you, but especially for the Stanz team in advance already tomorrow, Rainer, who's done already a lot and supported a lot with the organization of this event. He's been finding the hotel, and he's a local, so it's easy for him, right, Rainer? So thanks for that. So we see them tomorrow as well. Enjoy the dinner, have a good rest after this session, and see you tomorrow, most of you. And those of you who we don't, we hope to see you soon. Thank you.